Está obsesionado con la primavera y sus rayos de la mañana. Demasiado brillantes.
Recoleta, Recoleta! Por Dios, Recoleta!
Oh, Señor Boyosa. What are you doing here?
You've been staring at that thread for 10 minutes. Quit all of this daydreaming and get back to work.
A good writer should know how to balance her bread and her poetry.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Miss will have a bottle of your finest wine, please.
Right, sir. One bottle of our finest wine coming up. Un símbolo de lujo y celebración. Perfecto para el comienzo de una historia. The key to truly spontaneous writing is trusting your gut, just as it is with arcane skills. Just clear your mind and let the creative power flow. Follow your instincts and strike! Oh, perdón. My arcane skill is a bit off today.
Huh. You're working harder than usual. Ah!
Las palabras rotas y la aleatoriedad del destino están soplando en el viento.
Great. Now we have to wash these again.
Another rejection from yet another publisher. No one ever appreciates the story of my little town. But that will change. All I need to do is keep writing. Marcus, Soneto! What are you two doing?
We're tidying up the bookshelf.
This is my novel. Gracias por leerlo, mis queridos amigos. Así que esto es lo que se siente. No estar sola nunca más. No lo entendiste en absoluto, ¿verdad?
Where's the director? This is my money she's spending!
She's been locked away in that room since last night. She's refusing to see anyone.
She hasn't come out at all?
No.
Wait. Something's not right. 3, 2, 1, push!
Director?
What happened in here? Is she still alive?
She's still breathing. Call ambulance!
No need. I got the shot.
What?
I set up cameras around the room. I needed to capture an authentic reaction to finding a corpse, and you all just gave it to me. Thank you.
This is a joke! We don't have time for games!
Well, great films aren't made by following conventional methods.
He's playing the hero? Are you crazy? He's a relic!
But he's ambitious, and he's lived the life of the character. To find the most fitting actor for the part and put the best performance out of them. That's the job of a director.
You kidding? You can't just do whatever you want. We have to assess the risk. Stats, market data, that's something we can trust.
But why chase the trend when we could break new ground and create a classic? Trends come and go, but a truly great film is timeless.
No actor's gonna work with you again if you keep torturing them like this.
I'm only asking them to do their jobs. Any Hong Kong stunt performer could do it.
This isn't Hong Kong.
Who says it can't be?
Our winner is a director of remarkable vision with a keen eye for talent and storytelling. Her work has inspired us all. Ladies and gentlemen, the award for Best Director goes to Noir!
Thank you all.
Anything you'd like to say?
Never limit yourself unless it lifts you higher.
Joining us today is Vigil Cadet Liang Yue, who played a pivotal role in cracking the Critter kidnapping case. What's the most important quality for a police officer?
Added discernment and discretion.
She almost sounds like my fuddy-duddy grandpa. They ought to be interviewing you, Poitier.
See, I made the dumb mistake of not having a famous family of arcanists. It's just for the ratings, that's all.
How's it feel, huh? Upstaged by your own rookie?
It's no big deal. Truth is, she earned the spotlight. As the saying goes, Sai Xiang du li nang chung xuan. You gotta have a heart as big as the outdoors.
We have a situation.
Well, where'd you pop up from?
I've been here for a while.
And you didn't think to say something?
食不言，寝不语.
You got me there, cadet.
Sorry, but it's urgent. We've got a report of a thief using levitation arcane skills to escape arrest.
Any more details?
Suspect spotted. Pull over.
Huh? Where?
He ran into the alley.
Crap. We've got ourselves a chase scene. Get back in the car, rookie. Hey! Oh, come on. Not everyone can parkour like a kung fu master. Wait for me.
Stop! You have no choice but to surrender.
They're using kittens instead of police dogs now? What the?
Good work.
Vigil Cadet Liang apprehended the suspect within just 30 minutes. During this lightning-fast operation, an unnamed officer was injured.
Unnamed officer. You're all heart, Poitier. You know that? What? No comment?
Okay. Okay. All right. Where we stopped? We stopped on node 7, I believe. Let me. Why is this not? Why is this not turning on? After the eye guy, which yeah, the dude. After the dude got shot in his chest. I need water. Okay. Hello everybody. A new exchange code while you're somewhere. Oh hell yeah, what is it? Hey TTT, hey Evil, hey Samp, hey Pedro, hey Frank.
This is a night
hey Asian, hey who else is
tipsiness,
here?
and a
Bidoo,
poem
hi
describing the
Bidoo.
amber eyes of a jackal amid the endless horizon of the Sonoran Desert.
Yeah.
Sure, it's
Or
enough
morning.
to get you energized.
It is currently 4:30
but
in the morning.
it doesn't mean
right?
all that much in the end.
Alright, I haven't added anyone who added me yesterday. Jesus Christ. I think I should have enough, right? Yeah. How many friends do I actually have? 46. Okay, we're actually getting to the upper end. That's crazy. Hey, Laura. How are you? How is everybody? Hey, Frost. E3 Aleph Manifest. I would like E0 Aleph. I don't need more than that. In praise of Folie. Alright. The reason behind theory 37 posts 3 months ago. I wonder if that was a... It goes back, right? I might not have the date, though. Today is the 31st. Wow, I did not log in February, like, at all. What the hell? Rogat shot comes in, confirms Rose dead, trash talks and pulls it. Yeah, exactly, basically. The second is the first one, Arknights. What's the first one? I requested. Wait, what did you request? Hang on. Oh, wait, in praise of Folie. Let me do that real quick. Fucker. Oh. Oh my god. In praise of Folie. There we go. Rekko, my beloved. Yeah, Rekko's an interesting character so far. I'm not gonna lie. She's very much defying what I was expecting out of her. The other Child Soldier RPG played was few. Oh, okay, I've not heard of that one. Wait, Melodies of Steel. Is that like? I feel like I've heard of that before. Actually, I don't know what it is exactly though. Hey, Clank, how are you? It's right that the story hits so close to me. Yeah. Especially like the start where Recoletta's talking about like doing all this stuff just so she can keep writing. It's like that idea of like you want to follow your passions, but at the same time, some part of you saying, "Hey, we need to like be realistic here. Like, how far can we take this really?" Which I think is what I got. Oh, hello. A box of ice cream, bro. Of course, it's a bowl. I know both of these. He's gonna call me an idiot no matter what. May type here. Wait, what do you mean? The code? Oh, you mean the okay. I will put my code up again. I don't know if you saw it because I put it up yesterday. I don't know if you saw it or not. Let me just paste that there. This is my code if anyone wants to add me and didn't add me last time.
This is a night made up of hunger, tipsiness, and a...
Oh, redemption code. Who is about werewolves, 2 kids finding a super tank. If you're having skill issues with boss, you can strap one child into the tank's cannon for a super nuke. That's crazy. That's a hell of a premise. So you fed all the kids into the soul eating tank. Wait, hang on. I need to look this up now. What's the gameplay like? This sounds fascinating. Oh, this game. Okay, I think I've seen some VTubers play this. I think. Because I just know they call it the furry game, so I'm assuming that's this. Accept your request. I did. I just did. What do you mean, man? There. I'm assuming you're Frost, right? Yeah. I got the one you said. Okay, cool. So since the game really want to try someday, that one? Yeah. I mean, just the premise of, like, stuffing kids into a nuke sounds amazing. Do I need to do anything first? My dailies, of course. I forgot that you could just farm any stage because this is a story event or a story chapter. There's a third Fuga. What do you mean? Oh, what do you mean there's a third Fuga? Apparently there is, but I mean, yeah, because when I looked it up, I only saw 2. I didn't see 3. Oh, there's 3. PlayStation Store. That's crazy. There was a second. Damn. Oh wow, that recent, huh? So what's the gameplay like? Is it like turn-based? Is it like tactical map thing?
Great.
Alright. I'm not even kept out right now, but I think I'll clear out a little bit. Do one run of something. What do I need? I did level up my Recoletta. Where the hell is she?
Vertin
Just get
abrió
her
la puerta
as high
de
as
golpe.
possible for now.
Llevaba una expresión que su...
God, jump scare ad. Yeah. What sort of ads do you get on my videos? Is it like, I don't know how ads work. Are they based on your searches or is it just standard? Because I've seen some really fucking weird ads. I don't know if that's because my search history is weird or if... my search history shouldn't be weird because I don't do anything on this computer. It's all on my phone, man. It's turn-based, you control mega tank and uses the pilots who have different skills. Oh. So is it kind of like Fire Emblem then? If you play Fire Emblem on hardcore or something?
I know how to treat a new friend like you.
So you could just straight up lock yourself out of the game entirely then, huh? If you just feed all your kids to the
Hello,
tank.
Matt. I'm writing a report on the critter bra and
We're playing reverse. We are playing reverse 1999 right now. Yes. I have not leveled her. I barely leveled her. Holy. I prioritized Loggerhead, which was a mistake because I could have just used the auto rank up, but I forgot it was there. My God. Alright, I don't want to be at 144. Let's run on some money first. Something gonna cost to sell shit, yeah.
Let the overture begin.
Man literally is a one-hand mobile master. You know what? You said it, not me.
Listen to the melodies of wind and...
Stop coming this poor rock actually sell shit. For the Asian girl, huh? It's not even that. It's loggerhead over Asian girl. And then I got Nor, and I feel like Nor is just more useful. I know she gets power drift, but I just feel like she's more useful in general because I don't know what Liang does or where she goes. So she's like lowest priority, even though I think she's a really good character. Alright. I think we can get started. Because that is, yeah, Bailey's done. Nice. Yeah. That's not the right thing. I wanted to do some of my most viewed videos, so I strike while the iron is out. Oh, that's crazy, evil. The premise is interesting. I might look into it. I don't have a lot of time to play games, though. We'll see, we'll see. I also downloaded, well, I mean, a while back, I got, what do you call it? Disco Elysium. I don't know when we're gonna play that, but I kind of want to play it. I'm not gonna lie to you. Fate is like a mirror. Its strongest reflections are shaped by time. According to Cornbloom, set level up every character on level 2.7, now getting to the ones in 2.0. Oh god. Yeah, I'm not ready for anything, I'm not gonna lie to you. If we can get Aleph early, then I'm safe for next patch until Cabarina, which should be the second half patch anyway, so I should be okay. But, at the time being, we're in trouble. Up to this point, I participated firsthand in several sessions of La Sociedad de Poetas de las Americas. Those literary experiments treated language as an advanced game, weaving reality and fiction into an invisible web, and staring anyone present in a maze of words. Never before had I been so intimate with literature or thought about it so deeply. I was amazed by how words could so vividly express both playfulness and values. Until that ordinary afternoon when a poet named Eduardo was reciting his new piece with refined rhythm, and Miss Octavia was discussing the state of Sao Paulo with me. Sao Paulo mission. No one noticed anything unusual about Mr. Julio's condition. Just like you wrote in The Tin Soldiers of Sao Paulo, the greatness of Latin America lies in its richness, and from that richness comes misfortune gnawed by insatiable greed. One man's poverty is another's feast, suffering nourishes joy. They are like riverbanks, clearly divided. Oh, Excalibur, how are you? Welcome in. I was playing Warframe earlier today. I'm always playing Warframe, but I'm getting really bored with this literature point. Damn. This duality, this paradox, isn't it precisely the kind of question we should be posing? Isn't it precisely the kind of question we should be posing to literature? I'm eating this shit up, man. I love literature analysis. I'm not good at it, but I like it a lot. The thud of bone against a hard surface interrupts her. Julio is banging his head against the wall. Yep. Not enough. Not enough. Not like this. You can't grasp space and time. I think I'm having a problem with this type of literature being discussed here in the story because I really don't have any beforehand to understand. I think that's the point. I think the point is that these people have gotten so deep into their interpretations of literature that it's kind of nonsensical. I'm still missing some essential language frameworks and thought patterns. With our current language system, I cannot catch those of time. I can only let it slip away from the tip of my pen. What's wrong with you? Octavia looks like Lucy's tattoos. It does. She does. Yes. It's the hair. It's the hair. Like the part in the hair, I think, is what it is. Mr. Julio, what's wrong with you? Unlike the panicked Octavia, the other inmates around Julio seem unfazed. Oh, she knew. That wall is unscalable, Julio. I told you already. I can lend you some of my bandages from last week if you need them. Why is it that some of these guys are like really fucked up and some other people are just like fine? That's crazy. For a permanently silent object, any form of narration is futile. In the end, you're just wrestling with your own shadow.
What are you all standing around for? Can't
like,
you
look at her,
see
she's
Julio's hurting
pristine.
himself?
And this other dude is like nothing but bones. One thing is literature, and there's people. Exactly. Like they're just talking for the sake of talking at that point. Octavia is clearly flustered. Dores knows she must first eliminate any outside interference that might obstruct her ability to help. Miss Octavia, please calm down. Tell me, what do you see?
It's Mr. Julio. He's hurt. Bleeding.
He tried to break through the mirror of language with his head, but it was actually a wall. By now, Dores has learned how to filter out the surreal embellishments typical of La Sociedad members in order to correctly assess the situation. I just I'm a little disappointed that Alec doesn't have the first character sword because I'm very curious about it. Oh, we gotta wait for that, yeah. I'm interested to know more about Recoleta though. She's interesting me a little bit, just because she's so, like, off. Mirror of all, it doesn't matter. Please take a closer look and describe what you see clearly and without embellishment. What is Mr. Julio's condition? See, it's stuff like this that makes me think that Dores actually doesn't have, like, super senses or whatever. Like, she's not seeing this exactly. His muscles are spasming uncontrollably, as if jolted by a cold electric current. His face is tightening, twisting, like he's struggling against a silent force. His fingers are curling into unnatural shapes. It's just what it's like in Blue Puck Writing Rooms, actually, though. To be fair, if you don't have anywhere else to go, literature and each other is all they have. Exactly. Like, they're stuck in here, they have to do something to pass the time, right? And at some point, you're just gonna go over and over the same topics. His expression keeps changing, first pain, then panic, and finally blankness.
Sounds like he's having an epileptic seizure. Perhaps I could offer some help.
Seizure. Guided by the sound of Julio's whimpers, Dores approaches. His head is bloodied.
Please, Miss Octavia, help me, so I can help him.
But she's a doctor, I forgot about that. Could you lay him down flat on his side? We have to stop him from hurting himself. I'm a little disappointed with Doris' view, now I'm full on board with her. Yeah. Like you mean, wait, do you mean her, like, actual vision? Because I'm still a bit confused on that. I can use my arcane skill. What is your arcane skill? Flashing lights could worsen an epileptic seizure. What is... Oh. I thought she was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna make lights flash. Using it. Octavia hurriedly retracts her incantation. She presses down on Julio's shoulder and lowers him onto the cold, hard floor. Not like they can touch grass. They have water in there. I'm sure some grass is growing somewhere. Or like moss or something. The doctor kneels quickly and gently turns the man onto his side, preventing him from injuring himself any further. For a prison, they can do whatever they want, essentially, as long as they follow some of the rules. Or at least the really set rules. As time passed, Mr. Julio's convulsions began to subside, but his body remained stiff, his jaw clenched tight. I took a disposable bite pad from the first aid kit and carefully placed it in his mouth to keep him from biting himself. Eventually, the situation came under control and Mr. Julio's breathing stabilized. Speaking of water, why does the place look like a pool? That might be, so in the, I think it's a reference to the actual book, water is considered to be cleansing, and the whole idea behind the Ship of Fools is that they would put all of these crazy people on a boat and send them out onto the river, because they believed that they were surrounded by water that would help to kind of cleanse whatever was ailing them. And there everyone went straight back to the gathering as if it were only a minor inconvenience. The way Doris sees the world now that I have seen this makes total sense, yeah. She has, like, weird perception. Because she can see she can sense certain things, it seems, but, like, apparently some stuff she just has to actually get people to describe for her. Thank you for your help, Miss Erd. The doctor responds with a silent smile.
You seem experienced. Was it a major part of your responsibilities in Sao Paulo?
Ship of Fools? So in the book Madness and Civilization, which this thing takes, what do you call it? The name of? The Ship of Fools is one of the concepts that they put forth, where it's essentially just crazy people being loaded onto a boat, essentially. Also, cold water can prevent inmates from going to the central tower. I mean, I guess so, yeah. But I mean, it is a stone tower, and they don't really have any ways in, right? Regardless. Legally blind. Also, I like the pattern. I've noticed before the pattern of the reflections make kind of look like the fissures of a brain. Legally blind, yeah, actually. You seem experienced with me. Okay, yes. Saving others is my profession. Writing is my hobby. In my home, I am first and foremost a doctor. Miss Erd, you have my utmost admiration as a doctor, as a writer, and even more as a person beyond any social categorization. You, a doctor who actually lived in the favelas, pointed the barrel at yourself before wielding your words as a weapon. Compared to you, I've achieved nothing of substance. All I do is wave ideals around, as if that's enough. Miss Octavia, I am simply a writer who follows her curiosity. I'm afraid I'm not qualified to provide you with any concrete advice, nor am I as great as you say.
You're well prepared for your vision and ambition, for modesty is such an essential part of writing.
And you've just demonstrated a skillful use of introspection.
You're actually watching somebody who actually read through the book. I haven't finished the book. I am like 90% of the way through. I have like a little bit left. But honestly, I'm pretty sure I've covered I've like read everything that they're actually going to cover in here. Almost certainly. Like Alep's design makes me think of leprosy, his eye too, which was touched on in the book as well, since physical ailment or physical maladies were tied to ideas of madness. Both of these were considered to be like punishments by God, essentially, or not even punishments, because in the early times it used to be that they believed madness was kind of seeing beyond human comprehension, which kind of elevated the mad people to divinity, but then structures changed and whatnot.
Thank you for your kind words.
I'd like to return to my room and think for a while. See you tomorrow. Which also ties into Aleph, because Aleph is presumably someone who's super, like, well-known. Basically... I'll talk about it after this note. I don't want to, like, get too off sidetracked. The idealist pursues his ideal to erect a magnificent vision atop a tower of literature. But for those outside the tower, what good is that magnificence? Here I am, locked away in a prison, my words going no further than these walls. I even only have my life because of my wretched father.
It was foolish to think that ideas alone could ease people's pain.
Maybe we're no different from the heretics who were burned at the stake in the Middle Ages. Perhaps only professionals like Ms. Erd, doctors with real expertise, can truly save a person. But this prison does have a doctor meant to handle every kind of issue, whose specialty is precisely in the mental field. But he's not just a doctor, he's the overseer of this prison. Aleph is the overseer? What the hell? I once asked the idealist why the person in charge here wasn't a regular jailer or a police chief, but a physician. As expected, he brushed me off with some grandiose, idealistic rhetoric. But why does the idealist always seem so opposed to the physician? Why can't patients like Mr. Julio, who are clearly suffering, be sent to him?
Puzzles on top of puzzles. Questions after questions. My head.
Her sigh echoes through the circular building, and it is soon answered by a chorus of other sighs.
I can't do this anymore.
Fully covered in badges to hide his shame. Exactly. Yes, 100%. I can't do this anymore. But it's not even just that. There's a little bit more to it. Miss Octavia turned and walked away. Though she looked disheartened, I could still see the power of the unwavering force that drove her forward. What would that force be for me? Looking back, I too began to reflect on myself, to contemplate fate, that grand and irreversible force. Well, I mean, it kind of has been reversed, though. Are you assuming I am assuming the physician is Aleph. That does seem to be where they're taking us. I could be wrong, honestly, but I'm pretty sure it is. Oh, okay. So, the book, Madness and Civilization, basically takes you through, kind of how madness has been viewed in society for most of the modern era, right? And at first, madness was kind of considered not... I wouldn't say it's not as stigmatized, but it was less... like vile, right? It was considered people who saw beyond the ken of humanity, who kind of expanded their minds to something more than what normal people would have had. Which I think fits Aleph, because his whole thing is knowing everything, right? Aleph's whole deal is that he is like, he has driven himself mad by knowing too much, essentially. A good reason for his mask, but it's not very complicated. There could be several reasons. That's one of them. Yeah. Okay. The spider's web. So he kind of like he kind of embodies both halves of this like view of madness, right? Madness as a shame and madness as kind of transcendental. The spider's web. Open it, reread it, witness firsthand the events that transpired within the desert. I'm not sure where Recoleta falls into all this though.
Ladies, I must apologize for what happened back there.
Prison
We
riot.
were caught off guard. There has never been a commotion of that scale before. I must report this to the physician.
Don't worry, Miss Jailer. We made it out in one piece.
Thank you for your understanding. Ordinarily, I would arrange to escort you to a safer location, but I'm afraid at this hour you'll have missed the last train. And the roads are icy at night.
Hearing this, Recoleta exchanges a quick but meaningful expression with her companions.
Vernon, we can't leave like this. We appreciate your kind consideration, Miss Jailer. But we still have some unfinished business here.
I see. I'll arrange a clean room in a safer section for you. We'll do our best to ensure your safety tonight.
Night falls as the girls huddle together, scrutinizing their unfamiliar surroundings.
They actually found us a spare room?
Brother, it is a prison. It is not a room.
Bleak, quiet, and somber. It's a cell like all the others.
The gates of knowledge are close in front of you. If you open it, you will get the knowledge you seek. However, it will change your world further. Essentially, yeah, basically. Once you know, right? You can't unknow something.
Don't worry. This isn't the first time we've ended up on the wrong side of the bars. At least this time we're just here for the night. Not a full sentence.
Either be wise on, yeah, 6 as usual. Which is interesting, right? Because 6 is someone who recognized his limits and kind of stepped back from reaching that level of transcendence. At this time, at least we're okay. Senator lets out a whisper-thin protest.
Though, this cell is quite different from the ones we've been in before. Not just the cell. The whole prison is unlike anything I've seen. And the society they've been running here isn't some mere pastime. They're having real discussions about meaningful topics, even though the rest of the world has been cut off from them. But we're still in an Arcanist prison. A place where conflicts and violence can erupt at any moment. Let's not forget that.
Does she have to specify Arcanist? Like, I feel like that's just any prison.
Miss Jailer warned us from the start. These prisoners are mentally unstable and potentially dangerous. Miss Recoleta, with all due respect, we can't afford to see this place through rose-colored glasses. We'd be overlooking the risks, as we did earlier. And with all due respect, Soneto, we didn't overlook any danger. At least I didn't. A writer must be observant if she is to accurately reflect the world in her writing. But you... We came here with different goals. And still, none of them have been accomplished. I suggest we focus on our respective missions, instead of fighting with one another.
On the behave.
Apologies, Timekeeper. Miss Recoleta, I take back everything I said.
God, Soneto is so whipped, what the hell?
Don't apologize, Soneto. I'm at fault too. Sometimes I forget that words can be as sharp as swords. You were only thinking about our safety. I shouldn't have been so rude. I actually really admire how you fought back there. If you'd allow me, I'd like to write a poem for you. Once my novel's finished. That's terribly kind of you. But honestly, I think we've had enough poetry today to last a lifetime.
Permission to punch Recoleta, God.
Let me know if you change your mind. By the way, did either of you see what happened to the Idealist?
This brother got shot. What do you mean, what happened to him? He got shot in the fucking chest. Recalling their recent conflict, the indomitable girl finally hesitates.
The jailer told me she went back to the gallery once everything calmed down.
I think he died. He's dead as hell. There's no way he's not.
No blood, no shell cases, not even a trace of the Idealist.
What?
Timekeeper, now's really not the time for ghost stories. Do you mean that maybe the Idealist somehow managed to get out of there on his own? Or perhaps someone else helped him? Well, according to the Idealist, and our jailer, any inmates who are unwell will be taken to the physician. It's possible someone brought him there, while everyone else was shouting and running about. You're right. It could be that he's with the physician right now. I'm relieved. That was a sudden plot twist, but a visionary of his magnitude doesn't deserve to die in silence like that. To be fair, the gunshot was quite loud.
Maybe. I
as
don't
was
really
the
know.
ensuing commotion. Nonetheless, he couldn't have just died like that. I mean, the writers would riot if a writer were to kill off a character so abruptly.
Not really, no. He was a pretty minor character.
But
the
you believe he's still alive too, am I right?
She knows her words are merely a cover. She needs an answer, a real, undeniable answer.
There's nothing that we can be certain of for now.
But
on a brighter note, we didn't come back empty-handed from our mission either, Sonetto. We found Dr. Dores' signature in the gallery. You were right all along, Recoleta. She was here. But we didn't see her at the gathering. Could something have happened to her, like with the Idealist? Do you think she was also sent to the physician and never made it back? This is all just speculation. If we want to find the idealist, or Dr. Dores,
Yeah, I still haven't gotten feedback from my...
we need to speak to this physician first. Miss Recoleta, do you believe that the idealist could be your pen pal, Aleph?
Ain't no way.
Whether he is or not, he's still my best lead.
That name touches a nerve once again. Why does nobody question
Amigas,
why she's dressed like this?
I've had this
Like, this is
strange
surely
feeling in my
not
gut
standard
since we
attire,
got here.
right?
Something is slowing
Like,
us
she's
down.
just in cosplay, essentially.
Now, to figure out what it is...
A silent fear grips her, like ripples suddenly appearing on a once still lake, unsettling in its quiet disturbance.
Look, it's a wild guess, but just wait till I finish. It feels like everything happening in this prison is
Here's the appearance.
somehow connected to my novel, El auge y la caída de la cordura.
Welcome, SBT. How are you? Welcome in. Welcome in. We're going through the story right now.
We're no strangers to wild guesses, and sometimes they're closer to the truth than you'd think. So this... the rise and fall of sanity. Sorry. What exactly is your story about?
Question scatters the midnight gloom. Outside, moonlight spells over gray-white snow.
Huh. Nunca pensé que te
This is how
interesaría.
writers stress, yeah, apparently. Never thought you'd be you'd be interested. She was waiting for this.
It starts... Sorry. It's
So
been
far,
a while
Aleph
since
started
I told it
role-playing.
from the beginning. A few years ago, I worked as a forest ranger. It happened in a desert town called Amalfitano, in Sonora, back in 1975.
Two patient listeners watch the stammering girl, waiting for the next part of her story.
You know what?
Already
Most people
accepted that
say
she's
the
not-
beginning's
yeah,
a bit
essentially.
hard to get into. Except for Aleph. I'm thinking of rewriting it.
One thing I like is how much Spanish she so openly speaks. Yeah, I love it when they go into like their native language. What's getting to except for
But if you like the sound of it so far, maybe I could read you the latest part I just finished?
I know why the prison has a pool floor though, to be honest. If we're talking practicality wise, I have no fucking clue. I think there's literary reason behind it. Is it pretty normal? We're all weird, aren't we, humans? I wouldn't say she's normal. She's 97. She's reciting her book right now. She's talking about her book. She studies her readers' expressions, guessing madly at their responses.
Please.
Please.
Todo empezó con los datos de frecuencia de las cintas. El patrón general parecía haber cambiado. Al principio, la investigadora de paracausalidad lo atribuyó a un error estadístico. Un fallo, tal vez. Oh, sorry.
Visceral realism is dead, basically.
But after a few days and long nights of meticulous calculations, that explanation only became less and less plausible. The odds of success and
Yeah,
failure
Ethan,
kept
I was just about to say, I just realized she's
and the
speaking in
chance
Spanish.
of
There's no way
repeating
we
the
understand.
previous result kept growing. It was as if someone had tampered with the rules and tweaked it to their liking. She took her findings to Amalfitano, the town of nothing, as they called it then.
Yeah, be frank, letter writing is not really good. I'm gonna wait until we finish to make a judgment here. I think they're trying to go in a direction. I don't know what that direction is, though.
Near the old looms, she met a blind weaver who spoke softly of an old tale. I heard a strange rustling at dawn, like a die rolling along a wooden floor. Then the morning light dimmed and died. That was the last time I saw the sun, my own hands, or the threads I worked with. The second time I heard the die roll, I was told the oxen in the fields sank to their knees and never stood again. By the third roll, the fields were crawling with frogs. Plows ran over them, and some still writhed, squeezing themselves deeper into the cracks in the earth.
Or I guess housed in a cell. I'm just assuming they don't have accommodations for visitors because they don't expect visitors here.
The 4th time the die rolled. 10 dormice plunged into the sea in a strange sleepwalk. And 10 bears feasted for the last time before winter arrived. The final roll of the die was cast in a cage during a duel. Before a crowd of eager eyes, the winner left with 10 pounds of gold, and the loser left with 10 flies, which fell on him to feast.
Why so many 10s, man? The quiet spreads through this out like a rolling tide.
Is that all?
Is that all?
See, well, there's more, but I haven't quite figured those parts out yet. Any thoughts? Anything? I can take it. Please, I really need some feedback.
Well, consider writing an actual story first. How about that?
I wonder if the protagonist ever finds this die of Babylon in the end.
Oh, Verton, it isn't a real die, it's just a metaphor.
Oh, I see. I must have missed that. Sorry. Still, it's a beautiful story.
Completely non-committal, hell yeah.
Sad, but beautiful.
Damn.
The story is still too obscure, isn't it? Aleph warned me about this.
It's quite intense.
In our last correspondence, he suggested adding the Blind Weaver to shed light on the hidden theme. It helped at first, but even with a sage advice, no matter how hard I tried, the plot just didn't seem to move forward. Feel stuck in that village with them, lost.
The jailer sleeps in a box.
Isolated inside their small, disconnected
cat,
moments. Something
like
crucial
one of those
was
little
missing,
like kitty beds.
leaving gaps between the characters and the scenes.
A story needs it, yeah.
Should I change the storyteller's perspective? Start a different angle? Or maybe rewrite the characters completely? What should I do?
Sounds like a structure issue, my friend. Before the writer sinks into a swirling vortex of self-doubt, someone decides to push for something tangible. That is so fucking relatable, what the hell?
Apologies, but you said your story somehow connects to what's happening here in the Panopticon. What makes you think that?
It's a strange feeling. Like, everything here belongs to a dream I once had. Only, I can't remember it.
Do you mean that you have a sense of déjà vu? It's nothing to worry about. Our psychiatrist friend Kakania told me those moments are often the result of a dysfunctional connection between two parts of the brain. Like a little glitch in our heads.
So they've met Kakania at this point. Well, that makes sense, because Kakania was going to meet her after her character story.
No, it's nothing like déjà vu.
Nothing like déjà vu. The storyteller snaps back, lightly agitated.
Déjà vu is a single moment, a specific situation. But here it's everything. La sociedad, the rules, the idealist, even the incidents in the gallery. Each one unfolds in a similar pattern.
Like the grooves on a record, though.
Telling a story I feel I've listened to before. Amalfitano and Comala. They're two sides of that same record, playing out the same tune. Whatever happens in my story seems to be happening here too.
I know it's after the storm. I just didn't know if they had met Kanye at this point or not. Because all we've seen of Kanye so far has been her interaction with Marcus, right? Do the Awakened normally need to sleep? I don't think they do, but we've seen Apple sleep, right? And since the jailer is like an organic being, then she probably needs sleep as well. Also, I shouldn't be so surprised that she's organic, seeing as Apple is also organic technically, right? We're getting into the non-fiction mess with fiction. Yeah. That's, they did mention that in the trailer, so I was kind of waiting for it to happen.
I had that feeling when I met you as well, Miss Verton. At first I thought it was only an interesting coincidence. You're much like the first character in my story. A traveler with a suitcase.
The girl rambles on, desperately relating to her characters.
But then I realized, the doctor, your Dores, she's like the blind weaver who lost her sight to the die despite having always been faithful to it.
And there's a very specific answer about this question. Oh wait, did he? Okay, I definitely don't remember that. That's a while back. The jailer falls under awakened. Yes, it's mentioned in their her like if you click on her little character thing when we fight her, but prior to fighting her, it says she's awakened.
And the jailer, she's the bank clerk who assisted the corporation in taking over the town in order to escape her past.
I thought yeah, I thought so as well. That's why I was so surprised when it turned out she was awakened.
And the idealist, he's the murdered donkey driver, and the die of Babylon. No. Mis queridos amigos ficticios. ¿Qué rayos les está pasando? Wait. Are you saying that everyone we've met here matches a character from your story? Like some kind of archetype? That sounds
It's very organic
unbelievable.
looking. That was like a jaguar or something.
Then again, maybe you're onto something. You see the world through a different lens that none of us share.
I need a reason why the jailer is a jaguar. It's just an awakened jaguar for whatever reason. Maybe he just kind of got struck by inspiration or something.
Not just the characters. The events here are mirroring my story too. Aleph. He's the only one who truly understood my story. If things are playing out just like my novel, then maybe Aleph is in fact still here. Are you suggesting that someone is controlling the Panopticon in order to make it follow the same plot as your story? That they've set the rules, started the poetry group,
Technically
planned
on the
attack
first,
on the
even
idealist,
because there's Apple.
and
Apple
tried
is
to
technically
prevent us
organic,
from
right? He's an
finding
apple.
Dr. Dores?
Technically. Now, if you were to say sapient, yeah. Or sentient, rather.
If that's true, Miss Recoleta, it's very likely that the one acting against us is in fact Aleph himself.
Reference to chapter 4 for the jaguar? Oh, Gold of the Tigers, yeah. Nicola never expected the chain of reasoning to unravel this way.
But no. How could that be possible?
An experiment of the experiment. That's a good, yeah, because we've been kind of brought this idea of this is an experiment. This is an experiment over and over again. She interrupts only for the confusion to creep onto her face moments later.
Why? Why would he do this?
He's doing science.
I don't see any reason why he'd be connected. He's an intelligent, cultured, and profound person, not a common killer. No.
You've seen the man?
None of this adds up.
Remember, Dr. Dores was brought to Ushuaia by the Xeno rebels.
Pickles is an Arcanist, yes. Well, because we know there's a difference in how Awakened arise as opposed to Arcanists, right? Arcanists are just kind of born into it, or at a certain, or gain sapience at some point. But Awakened actually awakened as a result of some common human thought or emotion.
And we know they're connected to Manus Vindictae. If this Aleph really is hiding Dores from us, he may be working with them.
Possibly in the future, will be playable as unloaded in the story, her past silently but not explored. Oh, yeah. Oh, pen writing is pretty. Regular stares blankly for a time before clumsily shifting the topic.
Oh, my... Soneto. I didn't know you had such a flair for stories. Maybe you should join us and become a visceral realist too.
His Regulus homunculi. That was a theory a while back. But I feel like it's kind of been debunked a little bit because she mentions having a childhood and knowing and having a mother, or I don't know if she was a mother or had parents, but she mentions remembering parents. So I don't think she's actually a homunculus at this point. Is that Pickles is just really smart dog that happened to be an Arcanist? Yeah, exactly. Is Pickles pure blood, so his parents were Arcanists? Yes. That would be the implication. I said it last time, but I think Jailer's awakened so they don't have to explain why she can talk English and not. Yeah. From a writing perspective, it's just easier to give her a reason she speaks English. Center Post for security reasons, there was one in sort of trouble me at night, guess, and being forgotten by their. Oh god. That'd be horrible. Are you kidding me?
I think you're only imagining things. Perhaps you were inspired by this strange prison? Perhaps we all need to start writing our own stories.
I wouldn't mind a normal talking animal. I would. That'd be so annoying.
Come out now. Whoever's out there, speak up. How can we help you?
Who's there?
Like, if I had a Pickles and it just kept talking about, like, some shit, I would be immediately annoyed. Alright, since I leveled this lady, we're gonna use her. Her, Melania... What is a team for her? It's her and Melania for sure, right? What else? Sotheby, I guess. And then someone. I actually don't know what this team is, it's fine.
Wow.
I think you got a Lucy in there. What do you mean?
I haven't seen.
Girls can't talk about it. Oh, she can. In her anecdote, she said that her mother had no rules that she had to follow. Hey, exactly, right, that's what it was. Also, hey, K-Rider, how are you? Welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, so, yeah, Mass is right. So, realistically...
The show's on. Candy.
She has a mother, it's... Okay, wait.
Time waits for no one. Even for
Is...
a great...
Oh god, why is this doing this? Let me know if the stream is still alive. I'm getting, like, some weird shit from the stream.
Time waits for no one. Even for a great...
But, oh, I lost my train of thought. Tongue bills would be especially annoying since he wouldn't stop talking about human dog. Exactly. Like, animals are endearing because they do not speak, right? They do not reason with us the way humans do, because the way humans reason is fucking annoying. Spider's web. Trace. They cover their eyes, they descend into magics. Oh, right. Okay. So I have a theory. I'm thinking we're facing another Green Lake situation where this entire prison is a domain expansion. In a sense. Right? Either it's Alepht's or it's Recoletta's. I'm thinking more towards this is like Alepht's domain, where he just kind of brings all of these people into existence. Especially since the Idealist just sort of disappeared. I'm thinking this is like Aleph populating this prison himself for whatever reason. And the reason Recoletta's story matches so well with it is because he's just telling her the story that he has crafted for this prison himself. And she is writing it out in her own way. What reason? I don't know. I don't know why. But I have a feeling... Because they keep talking about, yeah, from the local trailer, I think, exactly. Because they keep talking about fiction and reality. Well, what if fiction is just reality in this case? It is literally a fictitious place brought into a reality. The entire prison is back. Exactly. It's just a back room. That's my guess. Because we have gotten this sort of theme before, right? Like with the Green Lake. So I'm thinking they're rehashing that, possibly. When they speak of Manus Vindicate, their tone is always light, often laced with jokes, colorful descriptions, like a greasy-headed musician smearing tiles like a drunk Edward Goya, frequently crop up in their poetry, even though I have never seen such a scene myself. I can still grasp their attitude towards Manus Vindicate. It was an oppression surpassing even their past sufferings. Excuse me. They subconsciously ignored the similarity, perhaps out of denial, or perhaps because this prison has already taught them to obey, also subconsciously. But as far as I know, Manus Vindicate didn't bring their terror here. Those masks drove Arcanus to insanity and caused unbearable suffering as if they were caught in an inescapable snare. After a prolonged torment, they lost the ability to utter even a single phrase of their own language, reduced to slaves of this underground faction, left with only a singular thought, their souls having left the empty husk of their former selves. And as for humans, it seems they were driven to death en masse. At night, they were not allowed prolonged sleep, woken by their companions every hour to sit beneath the watchtower and chant prayers, and by dawn, high-intensity training and interrogations that did not require or expect any answers would begin again. The purpose of Manus Vindicate is buried beneath these cruel methods, as clear as the deepest crevasse in the ice field. There's nothing but destruction, and they seek to completely destroy humanity. I like how they post a backroom edit. I didn't even see that. What the heck? Now explain without random. Oh, right. So this is just Aleph basically constructing a world, is my thought. Like, this entire prison is just a product of his mind brought into reality. Yeah. Remind me that I never watched Green Lake. Yeah, it's a good story. Green Lake is a good story. I wouldn't say it's my favorite one out of the bunch, but it's definitely up there. Okay, the Central Tower. A silent and merciless order of ideals. What's happening?
Easy, easy. It's me, Garcia. We met at the gallery earlier.
Oh, we just bodied these two people. That's crazy.
Please, I come in peace.
Recoleta pays no mind to the young man's explanations. Her focus holds on the woman beside him.
It's you, Octavia! The murderer herself!
Fucking hell, please.
Please, calm yourself, Miss Recoleta. The jailer has already confirmed that she wasn't the one to fire at the idealist. The shot came from somewhere else in the room.
Recoleta bites her lip, giving up a little space to the intruders.
Miss Octavia, what brings you here at this hour?
I come here out of goodwill. Believe me, I didn't want any bloodshed either. I understand you just arrived today. There's something you need to know about the inmates here.
Ironically enough, Recoleta means calm in Spanish. That, yeah. She's proven to be very hot-blooded. Their visitor's expression is weary and low.
We're outcasts, rejected by society and literature, and our privileges are limited within these walls. But before I started my own literature group, I struck a deal with the Panopticon authorities. If we cooperate and stay out of trouble, they'd leave us be. We could discuss literature freely and openly in Comala. Such a thing may seem trivial to you, but this is of immense importance to us.
Oh, there's no happier thing in this world than discussing literature. No one should ever put limits on it.
You're right.
I agree with
Recoleta.
that. Damn, that's crazy.
But we're prisoners here. There are certain rules we have to follow.
Read day 3 of the event before the version to learn something about Aleph, but I think in the story now that would be okay. I see.
Except, the idealist didn't see it our way. He refused to compromise, believing that the long poem and his so-called ism could break us free from the cage of the ever-watchful eye.
It's the first letter of the Hebrew alphabet. It also means oneness with God. Yeah, and I believe there's also a book written about it that details that it contains just everything or something like that. I didn't actually read Aleph. That's it was either that or Madison Civilization. I picked that one.
Perhaps he was right. You might have achieved more if you'd listened to him. After all, visceral realism keeps us connected to who we are.
What the hell is visceral realism? I mean, from the words, I have a general idea, but emotional, brutal. Okay, so just okay. It is what it sounds like. Okay.
You have to believe in the truth of visceral realism.
Build the team master. Yeah, it's fine. I don't
Beyond
mind.
these walls,
Like if it's already
many
content
of
that
us
we were
still
given,
do.
why not?
And what has it changed?
It's not a little bar.
Garcia, you're the latest inmate here.
Man, I haven't played
Tell
Lindis
us.
in a long ass time.
3 months ago.
Cannot get into the game.
Before they arrested you and took you here. What has the visceral realism movement accomplished out there?
Not a goddamn thing. Besides them, Garcia, who had been patiently leaning against the railing, produces a metallic vibration on its grates. Rough paper roll burns between his lips.
At first, it was revolutionary. Young poets joined in droves. We held gatherings. And the literary world seemed alive again.
Yeah, he really reminds me of Santos.
I was just a kid when the leading poets left the city.
Just not quite as
Everyone
creepy.
thought it was only temporary. But they didn't come back. And nothing has happened since.
I kind of fuck with this fit though. Look at this. It's like so baggy. I love baggy clothes, man. Like this looks comfy as hell if it wasn't like if it wasn't a straight jacket.
No one says it. But we all know. Visceral realism died in 1977.
No, not for me. It's not dead as long as people still believe in it. I believe
Interesting
in
got
it.
that bit on actually though, yeah. Octavia ignores the childish remark. She knows that conviction can be as fragile as a spider's web.
Belief, faith, what is this obsession with the true self? Why does your type always insist on there being a true self hiding beneath our roles in society? Our disciplines?
Look at the idealist. He never once stopped fighting for what he believed in. even long after he was put behind these bars.
I really want to wear a straitjacket. I mean, you know what? That thing looks dope as hell, man. Come on. Yeah, I'd wear it. Why the hell not? We had math nerd, island, now shall we get literature nerd, prison. Yeah. Yeah, we just got all sorts in here, don't we? Looks like he lives in winter, actually, though. Yeah, the man is pale as hell.
Idealist, what a name he gave himself. Who will he be when he finally breaks free from the eyes of the central tower? When he is left without his willful audience? And nobody. That's what.
Do we know where we are in the continent? I just know we're really in this out. We are in Argentina, and we are at the southernmost tip, Tierra del Fuego, which, Ushuaia, which is supposed to be the southernmost city in the entire world.
And that is a truth even he is terrified of.
Miss Octavia, I hope you come with something more important to share than just some criticism of the
make a
ideas.
onesie with that design.
You're right. I have an
Because
important
it doesn't get
message
that
for
cold,
you.
like cold enough here for like cold clothes. You know what I mean? Like I have a bunch of winter clothes from when I live in New York, and I just never use them anymore.
Dr. Dores.
That's
I
why
heard you were
that's why I
looking for
needed
her.
to.
The woman from the Sao Paulo Veterans Residence. She used to write under the name Erd, didn't she?
Yes, that's right. Do you know her? You're the first person I've met here to speak plainly about her. Do you know where she might be?
We crossed paths, but only briefly. I'm not sure where she's
Literal
gone.
end of the world, yeah.
Maybe
Yeah,
the authorities know. However, she left this with me. I think you'll need it more than I do.
Book. Happy hands over her personal folder. Before they might open it, she has already turned to leave.
We have other matters to attend to. I'll leave you to your business. Garcia, shall we?
What is Garcia doing with her? Their visitors leave in haste, their faces and expressions obscured by the night's shadows. I assume Garcia just kind of didn't give a shit about anything except his, like, drawings. The Foundation's investigators opened the worn manuscript folder with caution.
The physician told me the horrifying truth about the Panopticon of Comala and the power behind it. Manus Vindicte.
Oh boy.
By becoming the Panopticon's sole patron, they seized control of the resources and the allocation system, turning this place into a living hell. I suspect that the physician, the current highest authority here, is responsible for this situation.
Speaking of weather, it is hot as hell here in my country. Yeah, I mean, I'm in California, so it's like pretty temperate. It's fine, but it does get kind of warm sometimes.
I discovered that the inmates were put through brutal training, even when they were too sick to carry out their tasks. They also forced pureblood Arcanist inmates to wear their masks, effectively turning them into
That's
murmuring
interesting.
puppets.
Why would they do that? I figured the purebloods were the one they wanted to keep, like, coherent. You know what I mean?
Just as we suspected. Manus Vindicte is
Oh
orchestrating
yeah, Southeast
everything.
Asia heat is nothing to joke about. That shit sucks, man. But to have winter here in Australia, very fitting for the story chapter. Oh boy. Oh.
No wonder we didn't find them in the city. They've been hiding here all along.
Final experiment this way. Yeah.
No one would have thought to come looking for them here.
It's not the folder shut. The familiar signature is seen on the forward page of Luta magazine and the receipt found in Sao Paulo's heartfelt home.
But why would Miss Octavia bring this to us? What's in it for her? Do you think she's trying to mislead us, Timekeeper?
Maybe. But the handwriting in that notebook is most certainly Erd's. If she's leading us astray on purpose, why? Miss Recoleta, what do you think? Could she be Aleph?
Not a chance. Haven't you seen how she denies everything beautiful in the world? Aleph would never be so biased. No. Aleph is like a mirror. He reflects both light and shadow.
It's kind of funny because his thing has like a shattered mirror in it.
But, Octavia, maybe she hasn't looked at the shadow within for a long time. I know that look on her face. It's the look of a writer. I've seen so many like her during my trip. The faces of a lost, struggling generation.
Brother, I'm pretty sure she's older than you. It looks like she would be. Under the night sky, Comala prison stands like a forgotten gravestone covered by fine, cold snow. Recoletta's freaking annoying. Yeah, she's very... I don't know what it is about her. She's like very adamant about things that she doesn't have reason to be adamant about, right? It's a very self-centered, I think, point of view. In a room repurposed from a prison cell, 3 girls in search of someone share an absurd bizarre tale. Meanwhile, at the entrance of a central watchtower, a jaguar knocks on a secure door. Merlin?
Dr. Merlin, I'm here to report on today's events.
The fuck is Merlin? It's Aleph. What? Huh? You get flood of fiction in one turn, yeah, apparently. Frantic writing breaks the quiet of the room. The jailer's visit does not deter the man behind the desk. He continues writing, wholly absorbed, as if each letter were filling the world around him.
There was a commotion in the gallery today, sir.
Recolette is one of the few characters in that the bio doesn't show her age. Oh, really? White Knight is how I call it. That's, yeah, okay, that's a good thing. That's a good way to put it. She's, like, seriously White Knighting for Aleph right now. So, Recolette's my butch fam, after I say girly, don't speak ill about her. It's not even speaking ill, it's just... It bugs me a little bit, you know? That she's so... set in her ways. Truly a villainous moment. There was a commotion in the gallery.
An inmate known as the Idealist was severely injured. The inmates nearby said he lost consciousness from blood loss.
Blood loss.
However, after we put everyone back in their cell, the Idealist was gone. I made a sweep of the grounds, but there was no trace of him. It's possible that he regained consciousness and went into hiding. I'll perform a full search tomorrow.
It's not even self-centered, really. It's more that she lacks scope, I think. Like, her scope is too narrow. She's hyper-focusing on, like, this one thing and kind of just discarding any other points of view, which kind of annoys me. The Jaguar finds herself quite unexpectedly concealing the truth about Pablo.
No need.
There's a good reason why her agent is Johnny.
Sir?
Sir?
He knew the consequences of breaking the rules, did he not?
I like this guy's voice actor. It's cool.
Sir,
see, he is the
with
physician.
all due respect, I think today's incident proved just how dangerous it is to let the inmates keep their weapons. We never should have let them walk around with deadly weapons. Even if we had to, we should have doubled the guards. We can't expect them to follow their own rules simply out of fear of the central tower.
The physician interrupts her sharply with no hint of concern.
Such matters fall beyond your purview, Jane.
Idealistic, maybe, yeah.
You
I mean, she's definitely
need to do what's
idealistic.
required of your title.
But it's like a very naive form of idealism, right? It's not tempered by, like, reality or expectation or anything like that. It's just, this thing I believe in has to be right no matter what. Such matters fall beyond your purview, jailer. You only need to do what's required of your title.
Is there anything else?
His voice acting is so nice. I really like it.
2 guests from the Foundation came
She's definitely
through today.
she's soft reference.
They said they were looking for someone named
I figured.
Dores. They've shown a willingness to cooperate, though they were involved with the incident in Corridor 0.
The sound of writing continues. The report is disregarded. The jailer takes a deep breath. The next part is difficult to say.
Sir, there is one more thing.
One more thing. They have weapons? Who? Jailer has a weapon, yeah. I don't know how she uses the fucking sword, but... Yeah.
I told Miss Octavia we're short on rations, and she's adjusted the inmates' portions accordingly, but that won't last long. Manus Vindicti stopped providing supplies back in March, and Sino has collected all the prisoners they had previously placed in her custody. I just wonder why they have so suddenly withdrawn from Ushuaia and brought all the prisoners with them.
Sino? I guess they're all together.
I also noticed that we haven't received any orders from the government since Warden Tartuffe was transferred.
Prisoners? Oh, yeah. I guess they just give them weapons or allow them to have weapons rather. What does she say exactly?
In fact, we haven't had any communication with them at all.
Yeah, what the hell? It might, I don't know if it's... Oh no, it is to keep their weapons. I was thinking that she was talking about Arcanum, but no, apparently they just get to have weapons for some reason.
Sir, In frank terms,
I haven't
we're
played Dark
facing
Souls,
down
but I
a
think I know
serious
what you're talking
shortage
about.
of medicine, food, and basic supplies. At this rate, the Panopticon will soon be unable to operate. Where will our inmates go then?
We put them down. The man before her says nothing for a long time, his pen still flickering over the page.
Can we ask the Foundation for help? They've sent their people here. Maybe they're interested in the Panopticon?
Was Reckless education mentioned at any point? If she's gonna be self-taught, there's some strong I can't achieve somewhere. Yeah, I don't think anything was mentioned about her. I'm gonna be very real with you. We don't know anything about her except for the fact that she's a really obsessed writer. If IMDb correct, Alice's voice actor Kyle Colton is just pretty established. Oh shit, okay, that's really cool. Mr. Apparent, don't say that. Look, where else are we gonna put him then? Beatrice Ochoa. Does she play anyone I would know?
I could arrange a meeting if you like.
You're unusually talkative today.
Pardon, sir?
Why? We'll see.
It's
Apparently we'll
fascinating,
see.
you know? You've become so much more concerned about this place and its inmates than when you first started. You are now dictated by your title.
I didn't mean to overstep. I'm sorry.
You can go now.
Go now.
I have a great deal of work to do. Oh, and one more thing.
Cam is lagging? Or April mentioned. Do you know? Is it lagging really? Man. Is it so lagging? Oh. Yeah, why is it doing that? Man. Hang on, let me check mine. 25 years, dude. Hang on. Technical difficulties. Brother, why is my bandwidth so fucking... Oh my god. Alright, I think we're okay. I think we should be back. He beckons Jailer back before she leaves.
Make sure this month's Comala Congress is held according to schedule.
Schedule?
Yes, sir.
Let me know if the camera's still, it is still lagging. God damn it, man, what is going on? Let me, let's see here. Let me see here. Deactivate? Activate. Still lagging, huh? What the fuck? Alright, I'm gonna finish this node and then we'll do some troubleshooting. We can see localization and the bio trying to touch stream. I don't know where that thing's gone. I don't want to think about it, I'm gonna be honest with you. The Jaguar disappears beyond the door, metallic footsteps fading into the distance. Only then does the physician allow his suppressed frustrations to surface.
How many times have I warned you about this? The idealist has to go. He's nothing but trouble for us. You're too soft on him, Aleph. Look at the mess he has us in now.
What?
Calm down.
Oh,
He's a rabble-rousing
he's the ID,
thief,
that's right.
A self-destructive maniac. A snake in the grass.
Right.
He even stole the Tea of Comala from me. He's nearly ruined everything we've worked for.
He's pissed. I just got the mana scoop on the out of it, man. The man angrily raises the once lost and now found die. In the dim room, it flickers with a comforting glow.
It's only a die, Merlin. It does nothing more than a die can do. You were there today. You saw what he did. He managed to change the Panopticon with this die, even if only for a second.
Every sign of stuff could be Storm Syndrome on the wiser, actually.
He'll ruin my work, Aleph. He's a slave to his passion. His head is filled with impulsive thoughts. I don't trust him. We can't trust him. I've done everything you've asked. Now it's time to do your part.
Aleph responds with indifference to the physician's frustration, continuing his writing without pause.
Time's ticking down. I can't afford any further mistakes. No one can be permitted to stop my experiment in the Panopticon. I'll prove it to them that we have found the path to the ultimate answer.
He's human. Aleph is supposed to be human, right? Alright, we're gonna take a brief intermission here. I want to figure out what the fuck is going on with my camera. I think I'm gonna restart my phone and see if that helps. There it is. Okay. Okay. YouTube chat, fight amongst yourselves and get that #1 placement, would you? While I do this. Probably battery saver settings. Yeah, I'll have to look into that. It's been fine before, right? Like there haven't been issues before, though, has there? Alright, I'm gonna restart my phone. Forever locked in tower in Avalon, force a witness to the end of the world. Yeah. Oh, that is a good, yeah, like this white tower. Everything I know about Merlin's from Fate, which makes me think that's probably not going to be very accurate. I spent dictate God of Paranoid. Yeah, they got me, man. I'm dead. I'm dead as hell. Hey, look, there's a bot. Everyone say hi to the bot. Hi, bot. Anarchy. Yeah, actually anarchy. Harm yourself, you bot. Damn. That's crazy. I don't see the ranking as oh, really? Because I thought they rolled out the new ranking thing. Do I not get that? That's so sad. Alright. Let me check my battery saver settings as well. Man, I really need to invest in like an actual camera. Shit. Using my phone is kind of a pain in the ass sometimes. Especially if I need to like look something up in during stream. Battery saver, battery saver, battery saver, battery saver. Well, okay, they turn that off. Alright, we'll see. We shall see. Good, I think. When y'all see this, let me know how the video is. Any stories and version of Merlin, so Fate chose one to ride on. Okay. Very recently, I just relearned the anecdotes became a thing when the Asher 5 was rolled in. I thought it was there since 1.1. Oh, yeah. No. The anecdotes are newer. Well, not newer, but they're like, you know, they weren't there from the start. 10-wave battlesy, brother, those things sucked. I hated those so much. So I couldn't even clear all the 10 waves for a few patches. Good now? Nice. Okay, I guess I just have to restart my phone. Cool. Cool. Traces. One of the towers inside the prison is saying this. Brief report. Based on the above information and recent intelligence from the Timekeeper Squad, it is confirmed that Xeno's defector unit had entered Comala prison, which held numerous arcanists and withdrew from Aswaya on March 2nd. The operation clearly involved cooperation with Manus Benicte. The current whereabouts of the defectors remains unclear, pending further intelligence from the Timekeeper Squad. The information is fragmented and primarily inferential. For the full reasoning behind the operation and additional details, please refer to attachments 428. Where's the other one? Look, the smallest of clues, the greatest of structures built brick by brick. During the third Comala Congress, Blank's daily dose of diazepam was reduced from... There's a song, Diazepam, that I really like. It was reduced from 2 3/4 tablets to none, replaced with 2 classified poetry collections and 6 chlorpromazine tablets to be taken 1.5 per day. 2 days, 11 hours, 8 minutes, and 4 seconds later, an 8mm crack appeared on a bar of his cell, which is on the 2nd floor near the 3rd staircase, and is the 8th cell from the left. He scraped off a 4 by 3mm fragment from the 32nd tile. Oh. Missions of the other me is increased from 3 times in 48 hours to 25 times in 48 hours. 4 days, 3 hours, 7 minutes, and 8 seconds later, he transitioned from merely collecting manuscript paper to collecting manuscript paper and mirror fragments. Within the next 24 hours, he collected 11 mirrors, which totaled 103 shards. Is this Aleph? So, I'm still thinking that Aleph is kind of making up this entire prison himself, right? I'm also thinking that Aleph was a former inmate who has been experimented on to the point where he is now, like, just uber powerful for some reason. We'll see. Because at the end of the day, he's supposed to be human. I know that much. So, like, how he's making all this happen, I'm not sure of. But I feel like Aleph is at the center of everything. The truth is, no one can truly bend fate. And mail.
La cabaña con el techo azul estaba silenciosa como siempre. En un sueño fugaz, la investigadora de paracausalidad descubrió la verdad detrás del dado de Babilonia. Examinó cuidadosamente los patrones ocultos, como un astuto astrólogo rastrea los movimientos de las estrellas. Lo que pueda parecer errores o accidentes no niega las verdades del destino. Por el contrario, afirman su existencia. Solo pregúntale al gran
likely a
Heráclito.
third life. It's probably going to forum.
En un universo no observado, el dado de Babilonia gira perpetuamente, dictando el destino de todos en un tiempo que es tanto infinitamente largo como infinitamente corto. Mira, cerró los ojos. Respetaba la aleatoriedad de los números y el destino. Respetaba el juicio del dado. De lo contrario, se habría perdido sumisamente en los huecos del tiempo y bajaría para siempre como un fantasma en el olvido.
Getting close to my current progress. Yeah, for sure. Okay, we finished here likely a third life. I want to be honest with you. If the traces are this long for every node going forward, this is going to be a 4-parter, right? Because we're not even at chapter 10, which is supposed to be the halfway point. We've already been at this for 2 days, so we'll see. I'm thinking 3 or 4-parter most likely. I did not know Aleph is human. I'm pretty sure Aleph is human. That's like the one detail about him that I actually got from like a while back. But maybe we can. We'll see. Getting close to my current oh, yeah, right there, right? Okay, in the solemn prison hall under the half-light of the next day, the prisoners of Comala gather. Octavia steps onto the podium with a stern expression.
First, allow me to make one thing clear. I had absolutely nothing to do with what happened to the Idealist yesterday. I swear it on my career as a writer. As you all know, the Idealist and I are the representatives of the two factions of La Sociedad de Poetas de las Américas. As you also know, we have been at peace since the Let Sleeping Dogs Lie agreement was signed a few months ago.
More glitching. Why?
Despite our differing views,
He is human, okay.
we have coexisted to this day under the watchful gaze of the Central
Not in the
Tower.
front, but in the back. What does that mean?
Rest
man?
assured that we will work tirelessly to locate the missing Idealist.
Don't put so much pressure on yourself, Miss Octavia. His death wasn't your fault. After all, he was the one who threw the first verbal dagger.
What? Man. Calm the hell down. The murmurs cascading below reach the ears of the prisoners from another faction. Damn, your career as a writer was born dead.
Show some respect,
We
you
haven't seen her
morons.
writing yet. You don't know that, right? Some respect, you morons.
The Idealist is missing, not dead. I'm sure he'll show up in one piece before we know it.
How did the body
Better face
disappear?
the hard truth now, Roberta. Though, I have to say, it won't be easy for you to find a new leader as mad as him.
A polite cough from the hostess pauses the heated debate. I don't know if that's polite, what I just heard, but we'll
Please,
see.
everyone, quiet down. According to the agreement, today's Congress should have been chaired by the Idealist. Since he is still missing, I will be acting on his...
Pardon my lateness. Go ahead. I'm ready to moderate.
Why is it even bothering with the quiet? We know who this is. Come on. Unfamiliar footsteps break the regular pattern of events. The jailer leads her visitors to the entrance of the prison hall.
Miss Ford, I looked over the incarceration and visitor records from the past 6 months. There was no mention of anyone named Dores.
Then it seems only the physician knows the whereabouts of Dr. Dores. Miss Jailer, we need to meet with the physician. It's important.
Listen, you really shouldn't take the inmates' ramblings too seriously.
Considering the identity of the person before her, the jailer softens her tone.
But if it's as critical as you say, I'll make another request later. That said, I'm afraid the meeting won't happen for at least a few days.
Understood.
For now, please join us for today's Congress.
Espectacular! Do you hold literary salons like this every day? This place is practically a writer's paradise. So, you're the host of the salon, Octavia? I say we set aside our differences and have a titillating literary discussion.
You've come at the right time. You may serve as witnesses for the Congress alongside the jailer, like a citizen's jury in a court.
Your suggestion aligns with the congressional rules. Very well.
Huh? Congress? Witnesses?
You having a
Isn't this
cry?
a salon? Which topic are we discussing? Literary theories? Schools? Principles? Languages? Oh, narrative perspectives?
None of those.
Octavia lowers her head, giving her questioner a long and deep look.
This Congress is about the randomness of fate, Miss Recoleta.
And no clue what happened in episode 1.9. Like you haven't read the story yet, or you don't know what happened, because what happened is the official Twitter spoiled a very, very big no-no 2 days into the events, or into the update. Very big spoiler. This Congress is about the randomness of fate, sir.
Randomness of fate?
As she sinks in confusion and bewilderment, the jailer's voice rises into a triumphant introduction.
Dear visitors from the Foundation, allow me to introduce the Comala Congress. What happened yesterday was merely a brief anomaly. In the Panopticon, spontaneous order among the inmates is the norm, and the Comala Congress serves as its truest reflection.
So the story about warning each other about spoiler trailers seems a little too far from comfort. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why they do that, man. I don't know why the official thing is like, hey, we'll just put this out when no one has played the shit yet. Come on. I got
Spontaneous
spoiled on
order.
that. I was annoying as hell.
Yes. through the Congress, the inmates assign and distribute medication, communal duties, and rest periods. They are entirely self-regulated.
You're gonna shudder someone like you? Yeah, I did not. Her tone is filled with pride. Well, the speed running through one of the releases. Man, I've already been spoiled a little bit.
Congress.
Not on stuff that I wouldn't have already expected. I didn't know it would have it in that chapter, but there was some stuff that I expected already. Still annoyed that I had to see it, but you know, it is what it is. As her words fall, Octavia takes out a worn lottery box and a small trinket from her hand. The prisoners move in a perfect order like a swarm of rats.
A cardboard box and... Is that a
the rats that make me crazy.
It has 20 sides.
Yeah, standing.
We carefully examine hidden patterns, much like an astute astrologer tracks the movements of the stars.
Isn't this...
From somewhere in the audience, the girl unconsciously mumbles a revelation.
Isn't this just like the Die of Babylon? The MacGuffin that weaves through the entire plot? The infinite symbiote of fate? And the symbol that compresses time into a shriveled circle?
D20. Yep, D20.
What may seem like errors or accidents doesn't negate the verities of destiny. On the contrary, they affirm its very existence. Just ask the great Heraclito.
Heraclito.
In an unobserved universe,
yeah, Black Eye
the
Missile
die
sounds big.
spins in perpetuity.
Dictating the fate of all in time that is both infinitely long and infinitely short.
Your beard is cute and suits you pretty well. Thank you. Thank you for that. And don't worry about not being able to stay. I know like people don't like to see the story sometimes until they've seen it themselves.
Look, I've closed my eyes. I respect the randomness of numbers and destiny. I respect the die's judgment.
That's creepy. As the prisoners recite their announcements, the author's voice becomes more and more sluggish.
Otherwise, we will acquiesce and lose ourselves in the gaps of time and wander forever as ghosts in oblivion.
Okay, yeah, this is definitely someone's story. Maybe it's not Alepht's necessarily. It might be Recoletto's.
I don't understand what's going on. Oh, but the irony that I probably have more idea what's going on than anyone here.
Miss Recoleta, this is all in your novel, isn't it?
I'm afraid so. The recitations, the references to an astrologer and Heraclito, they couldn't possibly be just a coincidence. Then, could it be? Will they look to the die to dictate their fate?
Gonna be more on the nose about the theme of this 2.x trilogy, huh? Yeah. The girl's audible shock does not affect the proceedings on stage. The Congress continues.
I shall perform the first roll. Its result will determine the subsequent roll order for this Congress.
Nat 20, let's go. Those just toss 20-sided die into the cardboard box and begin shaking it rhythmically.
The result is 5. This check complies with the prerequisite conditions of the ruling of the die, and the standard roll order has been established.
You still didn't get work, man.
Inmate Jose, please come forth.
Please come.
You are the first in the initiative order. Therefore, fate's judgment
initiative
shall
order,
fall
really?
upon you before all else.
And that's glitching out as well.
Me? Okay.
Okay. Is Silent streaming today? Oh, she is. Nice. Or there, rather. Okay, we'll go till 9. That way I can read it into a Silo stream. The die stops, and just like that, a simple number decides his fate.
17! It's 17! Ah, what a wonderful number! 17! Like an oasis
Damn,
in an
he
endless
passed this
desert.
difficulty check, guys.
The result is 17, and the score combination 6 plus 4 plus 4 plus 3. According to the ruling of the die, he shall receive
This is how they
60
give out their medicine.
risperidone tablets, 40 clozapine tablets, and 40 diazepam tablets. Additionally, he will assume the role of cultural manager of the Comala Congress.
I want to know if there's like a reason it's based on what is essentially D&D, or if this is just like the writers being a little bit silly.
Before he takes office, inmate Jose must clean the first restroom for the next 7 days.
Wonderful! I'll gladly clean the toilet. I've got the brooms here, the toilet detergent, oh, and the toilet brush too.
It's the gotcha prison. This is where we belong, actually.
I have been waiting
all
for this
belong in here.
opportunity. As cultural manager, I will speak with every inmate and complete the Comala memoir, finally capturing the moments when literary sparks ignite and explode.
Next is inmate Eduardo. Please come forth.
John Bluepuck making some sort of comment about his fan that we're all fucking nerds. Yeah, apparently they are. This is sending me, man. The fact that this is how they distribute medicine. That's just funny as hell, man. To die at Babylon, it's a real thing. The man in question is a nervous mess. His gaze flickers, his eyebrows fight for space on his forehead, and his teeth clash against each other in turmoil. That's a very... I like this description. His eyebrows fight for space on his forehead. That's some good characterization there.
But I can't remember the ruling of the die. I can't remember anything. Damn it. Sorry, Senora Octavia, but I don't think I can do this. I didn't get any medication in the last Congress. I've had multiple episodes. It's like my brain's jammed or something.
It's a metaphor for how scheduling games of D&D is a prison. So true, actually. Actually true. My god.
It's all right, inmate Eduardo. It's easy. You don't need to know the rules to roll the die. Give me your hand. I'll help you.
The prisoner follows suit, hands trembling as he shakes the box. The only thing he can do.
My sincerest apologies,
no.
inmate Eduardo. The die dictates that you must voluntarily descend into the sewers and write the thematic keyword that currently causes you the most anxiety on the walls.
Thank you very much, Miss Octavia.
Brother just tripped on his own sword and lost so much health.
I need a moment to rest before I head down there and fulfill my destiny.
At one, yeah. Clutching his head, the prisoner leaves, his steps heavy, his hands empty, but his brow finally falling at ease.
Jailer, are you really letting them make every decision with the roll of a die? Eduardo is clearly in a much more dire condition than Jose. The medication should have been given to him.
The Centurion is clearly leeching all of this mass luck, yeah.
As I said, this is how the inmates of the Panopticon maintain order. The physician periodically provides medication, food, and other necessities, and the inmates distribute them in this spontaneous and efficient manner. Neither authority nor violence is involved in this process. This is what sets Comala apart from all other custodial facilities.
You know, being set apart from other facilities is maybe not a good thing in this case. This seems,
Is that it? You abdicate all
questionable.
agency to the roll of a paper die and call it the randomness of fate? What kind of sick joke is this?
Bro, it's about that
Please
Babylon.
calm down,
Come on.
Recoleta. This is the method that the inmates have collectively decided to recognize. They're prepared to face the possible sacrifices that it brings. This isn't about you or me. It's not our place to interfere with a procedure that has been proven both pragmatic and effective. My duty is to assist the inmates in maintaining order through the methods that they have established. And yours is to witness their self-governance, not judge it.
The jailer takes a deep breath. Her words clearly meant to convince herself as much as anyone listening.
If everything somehow unfolds as it does in my
Oh,
novel,
wait, this is the J theme.
then every role
Wait,
is
this is the
already
J theme. This is such a good theme. I need to, like, get this on my fucking phone, man.
Verton, do you remember the story I told you last night? The odds of both success and failure were consecutively multiplied. I remember.
I don't know a lot of things to comment about this, but I won't contaminate a chat like that, damn.
As soon as a character experiences a failure, they continue to suffer failures in an endless chain reaction.
Negative feedback loop, yep,
None
yep,
of
yep.
Eduardo's future dice rolls will ever result in a number higher than 10.
Bro's
At this
done.
rate, this system, this sociedad,
ruled by the dice of Babylon, is bound to collapse.
She looks around, realizing that her words, weighty as they seem to her, have garnered no attention.
Eduardo will never receive any medication. The moment he writes the keyword on the wall could very well be the moment he spells out his own death.
I'm tired. Oh, seeing their channel. Okay, I'll take a look. Man, okay, it's fine. We can dodge it. We can dodge it. It's fine.
No.
It's fine.
I can't let this happen. I have to do something.
OC Colgast and Pedicle, but yeah. The CG ones. Yeah, the CGs, and they also have some OSTs back in 2.5 as well. Recoleta rushes to the stage.
Wait, Miss Recoleta, what are you doing?
I don't know why, but that picture looked really goofy of the jailer for some reason. It's pretty lobotomy to everyone. This is how you fix people. You just shove an ice pick in their head, and they'll be fine. Oh, I was expecting another Urge chapter. Transformation of quantity into quality is the greatest realization of the method of exhaustion. December 1. Each person is uniformly allocated 1 dose of chlorpromazine and 1 dose of thalidomide. December 3. Each person is uniformly allocated 3 doses of chlorpromazine and 3 doses of thalidomide. 6 doses of chlorpromazine and 11 doses of Veronal. Okay, just... Oh, I see. This is okay. So this is these are the people who are falling out of the dice rolls, then, huh? Because the number does get smaller every time.
Few soldiers would appreciate the idea of taking orders from an accursed die. A skilled commander would never rely on luck to make decisions.
And they calling out Igor here a little bit. I actually agree with the Gotcha system here. Oh, that's crazy.
On the battlefield, the distance for every maneuver should be clear and precise. Not 2 numbers with a D in the middle. Unless you're looking to invite a mutiny.
Oh man, you move 5d5 spaces and then you die. I don't know.
That said, if a die with such power were placed in a soldier's hand, I'm pretty sure they'd roll it and let it decide their destiny.
Luck won't always be on your side, yeah, but sometimes you don't want to have to choose for yourself.
Exactly. There's no good luck without bad luck. Just as a coin must have 2 sides.
Uncle Veteran, yeah. he is a soldier, essentially, right?
Life. And whether it's make or break, life or death, the die will keep on rolling.
Igor used dozens of dice, to be fair, yeah. And they were all the weighted dice from Lopera's set, so no wonder they were all 1s.
Of course, dice aren't the only tools used to play with fate. Coins, lotteries, even shells on the beach can all serve the same purpose.
This whole chapter is a thoughtful blue pog warning that unchecked gotcha gambling does to you. At this point, I wouldn't even be surprised, honestly. Life is just a series of dice rolls. Yeah, to a degree, I would say so, yeah.
Thanks to the randomness of fate, a Babylonian may rise to be a proconsul one day and fall into slavery the next.
Some tragedies could have been avoided.
Well, that's where historians come in. With a little creative editing of the history books, even the random rolls of a die can suddenly make sense. What were once avoidable tragedies are rebranded as reasonable incidents, or even desirable outcomes.
At least the roll of a die is impartial.
You're starting to sound like a gambler.
Wow, that we're getting a trilogy about Fate Dice and Centurion isn't appearing. I'm pretty sure they've just forgotten about Centurion at this point, right? No story relevance, no side story relevance, no euphoria. Like, she's just forgotten. Gambling caused World War II in reverse, sadly. I wouldn't even be surprised.
But even gamblers,
like some stupid shit happened.
Hitting a hot streak or a losing
Hitler just got really mad after losing a hand of poker.
Convince themselves that they've figured out the grand pattern behind games of chance. It isn't just gamblers either. Witches tried to influence fate through rituals and charms. Ancient mathematicians calculated probabilities on paper. Some even wrote books on game theory. Meanwhile, Others suspected there were cheaters among them.
Among us.
I just hope these high rollers unite to confront the demon who holds the laws of the universe. The past, present, and future in its claws, and give it a well done and a slap in the face.
Talking in circles today.
Haven't I always? It's just that today, the die rolled a peculiar number. But all things considered, I prefer the other kind of commander. The die is cast. But regardless of what number has been rolled, it's time to cross the river.
Centurion, Necrologist. I mean, yeah, but Necrologist and TTT are like lower rarity, so you don't really expect it for them. But Centurion's a 6-star, man. Come on. Don't talk like that in front of my R15 Centurion. I'm not even saying. I'm just saying observable facts, man. I can't do anything about that. I don't want to get the Curse of Centurion. Oh no. Oh yeah. Hey Chip, how are you? Welcome in, welcome in. Soothsayer World Maker. Hey, you got 20 plus viewers. Hell yeah. Also welcome in, Ian. It's been a while. It's been a while. Goddess lights and toying with the piety of our believers. Oh yeah, we're up at 25. What the heck? Where's everyone coming from? That's crazy. 11 to 20. Yeah, this thing is long. It's the traces. It's mainly the traces. Let us cross our Rubicon. Like, the traces take up like half of the story, if maybe a little bit more. On the stage, Octavia remains the picture of serenity as she orchestrates the Congress.
Miss Recoleta, as a witness to the Congress, you have the right to express your doubts calmly.
Being Saturday does help, yeah. No work today, yay.
Listen, you...
She recalls the complaints of her 2 former companions, the jailer's dismissals, and the confused expressions of every editor she has ever faced. If she were to lay out every detail of her novel here and now, she would only get the same response.
No, it's nothing. It's just that I'd like to participate in the dice rolling ceremony.
Why?
May I?
That sounds...
Of course. The very fact that you're standing here in the Panopticon proves that you share a common fate with it.
Nat 20. It's gonna be a Nat 20. Recoleta surveys the prisoners waiting to cast their die. Their expressions are serene, untroubled, calmly awaiting their fate. The joys and misfortunes of those before them do not affect the long, winding queue in the slightest. Her stable looks good. Wait, what stable? What, huh? She takes a deep breath.
It doesn't matter when I roll the die, since the rolls are simply a reflection of the randomness of fate, right?
Precisely.
Then I'd like to perform my role after the 27th.
Oh, okay, I'll weird as I can get.
Is that all
weird,
right?
Close my eyes, get weird. Oh, I see. That's kind of funny though. Then I'd like to perform my role after 26th. Is that all right?
As you wish, Miss Recoleta.
Oh, she's cheating. She knows what's gonna happen. No. You can't do that. No, they're making me use a worse Recoleta. It's so sad. Hey, Verity, welcome in. How are you? Yeah, I don't actually know what she does besides multiplying thing.
En todos los momentos, más allá del concepto, the show's on, hounds. Cosmología, filosofía, clases, realidad es la verdad.
Yeah, she has, she's on the global server. Bro, please. I should have taken impromptu. Holy.
Plan A, Plan B, Plan A. 3, 2, 1, down.
I should be using AoE, shouldn't I? That would be a smart thing to do.
A mice pass.
There's an after 27th, I made 37 remnants. Oh wait, yeah, maybe. That's AoE, that's AoE. I don't know if this is AoE. I'm sorry,
En todos los momentos.
Honestly, I mean, yeah, they're making you kill these stupid things one by one.
A mice pass.
You should use 37.
Do I have to do this?
Oh, because she has like all the buzzsaw. Come on, man. Fuck off.
What's this?
That was not nice.
Plan B, Plan A.
By the 37 one. Some weird combat stages in this one stays saying. The side stage was fine because I just brute forced it and it was fine. Yeah, 370 is too deep. Yeah, shit. Oh well. Oh, nice.
Andy, más allá en todos los momentos. A mais pass.
Yeah, Melania's skin definitely works better as a sprite. I don't like this as much. It just looks kind of off. Like, we've already talked about it. Damn. No Bane's here, only suspicious pills.
Seems fate
Seems
favors you, Mr.
RNG.
Coletta.
Yeah, apparently. I'd rather lose the RNG
Here are your
in-game, though.
supplies.
That's fine. What do we do with this? What do you...
Please be sure to follow the distribution rules of the Congress. This is an essential structure of Comala,
Those
and I
are the same
believe
in hard
shared by
mode.
all
That's
its
annoying.
inmates.
Well, I guess...
Honor it.
Maybe not so much, right? You just bring an AoE thing and
Just as I
just grind it down.
These supplies belong to me now, Octavia. I'm free to use them however I please.
What a page would... Oh, that's a good point, actually, yeah. But I think Impromptu is the way to go, right? Because you just get a billion hits out. Nicoletta strides towards Eduardo, who has curled up in a distant corner, clutching his head as his body trembles in silence.
Here, Eduardo. Take them.
But I haven't fulfilled my destiny yet.
If it's going to be ended in the video, yes. I've been busy, and by busy I mean I've been out doing errands.
They are gifts from fate.
Doing life
The die has
things.
placed them in your palm.
Is Recoletta about to down 40 pills of Adderall? I'd watch that.
But I don't need them. You do.
Thank you, kind senorita.
Okay, I feel like since they're going against, you know, the intended story, this dude's about to die. The prisoner's trembling stops. He blankly pinches his arm as if trying to distinguish reality from dreams. Me when I lost the 50-50. Then all at once he snatches the medication from her hand and shoves it into his mouth. Not all at once.
Eduardo, what's wrong? Are you taking the medicine right now? There's no need to rush. There's plenty of it. You can have it all.
Brother.
Por Dios, Eduardo! How could you squander fate's gifts like this? Kind señorita, please, give me the medication. I need it more than anyone else.
No, I'm the one who needs the most. Give me the medication. I beg of you. With the protection of these amulets, I might finally be able to get a peaceful night's sleep.
More glitching.
No more trembling floors and wailing ghosts.
I don't know if there's a pattern to which words glitch out, man. The prisoner shoved and struggled countless hands, reaching towards the hapless rider, trying to snatch the small round pills of salvation. Oh, Recoletta, go to school.
Enough!
My dude didn't hesitate on those ibuprofens. Speaking of which, I need to take a dose in like an hour. A blue glow spreads through the room, forcing the prisoners to clutch their heads and fall down to their knees. The riot comes to an abrupt halt.
You shouldn't have done that, Miss Recoleta.
Yeah.
Your ignorant generosity could shatter the very basis of our
The
survival.
gotcha works, yeah, apparently. He steps towards Eduardo, now writhing in pain, and gets a few stray capsules scattered at his feet. Dude's overdosed as hell. The pills dissolve into a stream of voided sand, vanishing as it pours through her fingers.
We have never had such chaos at the Congress. Understand this. We rely only on the randomness of fate to distribute supplies and assign responsibilities. If you disrupt the status quo, the entire system of the Panopticon will collapse beyond repair. It is only by respecting the arbitrariness of fate and adhering to the rules of the Die of Babylon that we have kept this place functioning all this time.
Are these terms that show up in her story? Is that where it
The
is?
Die of Babylon? Tell me, how did you know this name? Are you the one orchestrating this whole thing?
Society based on divine gifts fails the moment gifts are not from the divine alone. That's a good way to put it, actually. That's a very good way to put it, yeah. Like structures of faith, essentially. Actually, an in-game glitch. Why is that? School of Discipline, in your opinion? She wouldn't. She would not. She would be one of the kids sent out of the storm because there is no remedying this. Even if he is furious, grabs a hostess's collar.
Podría ser. ¿Eres Aleph? Tal como sospechaba Verdun?
Let go of me, Miss Recoleta. Have you gone mad? The roll of the die is absolutely random. I'm not orchestrating anything. Before the Congress began, I made an oath. I intend to keep it.
You can collect them all from prisoners that are unique
calm
terms that
down,
only
Miss
appear in
Recoleta.
prisons.
I think
Oh.
she's telling the truth. Sorry, Octavia, but please, you have to tell me how you learned about the Die of Babylon. I must know. Only my pen pal and I should have any knowledge about this die.
I heard about it from the physician. He described it as a symbol of collective consciousness that we could harness to maintain immaculate order in the
That's
Panopticon.
some Jungian shit, man. Collective or
The
unconsciousness,
Comala
rather.
Congress was coined, iterated, and perfected by the physician based on this concept.
The physician again. Everything eventually leads back to him.
Miss Recoleta flirting.
Just as we suspected.
I mean, based on what we've seen in this game, probably.
I see.
Recoleta casts her eyes over to the silent jaguar, who's remained wordless from beginning to end, watching it all unfold.
Jailer, we have to meet with the physician in person. Now.
As I've told you many times, Dr. Merlin is too busy at the moment. I couldn't possibly trouble him over a novel and a pen pal. They are just fantasies.
Couldn't you make an exception? What if they're not just fantasies? What if they're tied to the very survival of this place? Miss Recoleta said the Panopticon could collapse because of the Die of Babylon.
Are you seriously telling me you believe that nonsense?
It wasn't nonsense, nor are they fantasies. You saw with your own eyes how I won the die roll.
You know, content for videos for the next months, even after this patch. Yep. There's so much. Ugh. I have to.
It was just a
reread that fucking
coincidence.
book, man. The jailer's words are at odds with subtle motions of her eyes and face. The Foundation's investigator sees on a prime opportunity to apply pressure.
What if we present you with stronger evidence to prove it's more than just a coincidence? If everything in the Panopticon proceeds according to Miss Recoleta's novel as she says, she should be able to predict what happens next, including the roll results of the absolutely random die. That's right. The Die of Babylon isn't random at all. It's nothing but a supercilious fraud veiled under the guise of fate, and an actor of the inescapable loop of history. And not one of you is paying attention to me whatsoever. Ugh, to hell with this era of ignoring unknown writers.
I don't think that's what's going on. I think you are frustrating them.
Miss Recoleta, please make your prediction for the next inmate's
Hold on, I played this game before. I still haven't seen Squid Game.
This way,
Either of them.
you can prove to Miss Jailer the irrefutable connection between Comala and your novel, The Rise and Fall of Sanity. You finally remembered its name! Oh, what sweet balm to my spirit.
Okay. She latches on to the strangest things. Not even the strangest things, well, very specific things, which is in relation to her book.
Miss
Like,
Octavia,
we're in a very serious situation
please
right
continue
now.
the Congress and let the next inmate perform their role. Then Miss Recoleta's statement will be proven true.
The hostess of the Congress remains non-committal.
I appreciate the reminder. No matter the interruption, the Comala Congress must go on. Though not for Miss Recoleta's sake, of course. Next inmate, please.
Following the die's designated order, the next prisoner steps forward to roll.
Hello, inmate Garcia. You
Hello,
know what to
Garcia.
do.
Of course.
La sexta cara. Un pilar roto. El flujo de la fortuna y la calamidad. So the result of the next roll will be a 6.
6 mention. As weird as Recoleta's hand. I'll take a look. Prophetic precision plunges the hall of new encounters into breathless silence. Certainly is probably denser than the liquid rubbish. Okay, I'm gonna. Okay, Jew just had not enough. Okay, I don't think she's dumb. Well, I mean, she is dumb, but she's not like clueless. Okay, she just has a different set of social norms, which is to say, no social norms. Okay, she was raised by a fucking liquor lady and was never given education, but the story wouldn't give us that, right? Because the story was annoyingly written. You see, it's in the trailer. She did finish her book. That's true, right? With Marcus, I don't think that hand actually holds a book. That hand actually holds a book. I'll have to see. Prophetic prison.
As fate reveals, The number is 6.
Just as Miss Recoleta predicted.
That could still be a coincidence. Do it again.
Do it again.
La 13ª cara. Una cadencia desconcertante, sin un verdadero principio ni fin. La 4ª cara. Un hombre que se ahogaba usó el último de sus fuerzas para nadar a la seguridad, solo para descubrir que había confundido un espejo con la superficie del agua.
Yeah, right, and a Dowse as well.
La 17ª cara cojeaba hacia el distante oasis, solo para que la débil humedad y la inquietante quietud revelaran cruelmente que era una 6ª cara. Otro pilar roto con grietas idénticas a la última. Confirmó la hipótesis de la investigadora de paracausalidad. Este lugar solía ser un edificio circular. Is that enough? I've almost finished the entire chapter.
Danzigel's drunk, not done. Yeah. Okay, that makes more sense. yes. It's so annoying because Jew could have been written so much better, but they fucked it up. Got left by her 3 different girls who Jew was exactly. Got to be God in this prison.
It's not possible.
No one's ever been able to summon him. One coincidence after another begins to stir into an uproar. All trying to be straight right to understand him so she can go home. Yeah. And she was like brought up with one very specific goal, and no one to like lead her on the path. Confidence. The coincidences appear endless.
Who are you?
God. I am Jesus.
I'm sorry if this comes as a shock
wrong
to you.
As a joke.
But I
it's a
did
prank
warn you,
on her,
Octavia.
yeah.
Now it's proven. The Die of Babylon is anything but the so-called randomness of fate.
Let me close my window real quick. I don't like how the light is kind of glaring off my bald ass head. I legit think June needs another. Yeah, no, she does. She definitely does. They just didn't do it with her, man. They just kind of like swept her story under the rug. It's so annoying. Something you understand now. Stuff, yeah.
Have you been sent here by some god? Or are you a hobby prophet?
What?
Have you brought this knowledge to save us? Or to shatter our beliefs?
Chair
Our
stream. No more chair stream. A question destined never to need an answer. She lets her eyes fall into the cardboard box and onto the 20-sided die. The ridiculousness of its nature becomes starkly visible.
What is this thing in my hand? What are we?
Oh god, she's breaking them out of the Matrix.
What is this prison?
Oh no.
I don't know if it's some kind of sorcery or arcane skill, but it's unfathomable. I'll take you to the physician. Not because of your earlier request, but because the situation has escalated
She needs
beyond my
Sotheby treatment. Yes.
The overseer of the Panopticon will decide how to handle your situation.
Oh bro, we're about to get lobotomized.
To be honest, Miss Recoleta, I wasn't sure you'd be able to correctly predict everything.
Timekeeper, are you saying that you risked everything on a hunch?
It worked, didn't it?
Wow.
Come with me.
Even Burton
Dr.
gambling.
Merlin's office is in the central tower.
For her part, the now vindicated writer follows at the end of the line, letting her mind race like a bullet train.
En la 6ª versión de mi novela, todos en el pueblo mueren a causa del dado de Babilonia. Porque solo la muerte puede cerrar el ciclo de la historia. Y carcelero, eres el empleado del banco, ¿verdad? Entonces, al final, también sufrirás un colapso como el empleado del banco, cuando se da cuenta de que él y el pescador de dunas son la misma persona.
What?
If all of this is tied to the rise and fall of sanity, then, as its creator,
Burton really was about to say, I don't know her if she failed me.
I will
I've never met
get
this
to the
woman in my
bottom of
life. I do wish we have some other More cast other than Sonetto, though. Yeah, and plus we haven't... Sonetto hasn't really been doing anything, honestly. But I guess, like, she doesn't have to. I guess Fredden rolled in at 20, yeah. She got lucky. Oh, Martha. Everything in a hunch since prologue, yeah, clearly. Very clearly. Alright. Britain somehow rolled a 0. After that, I attended several more literary salons and wrote things I had never there right before. Miss Octavia, however, never made an appearance. I didn't see her for quite some time. That was until I followed some prisoners to a large hall and heard her voice among a group of unfamiliar inmates. She noticed me and greeted me warmly. She told me she'd been working on some new initiatives. She told me of her hopes to gather more support, to improve conditions in the prison, and to initiate a spiritual shift towards realism and resistance. Are the prisoners like Plato's prisoners in the cave? Prisoners in the cave. Technically, they didn't grow up in Comala. Some even chose voluntary imprisonment. I don't think it's really the same sort of theme, right? Because, I mean, like you said, they didn't grow up here. Like, the whole point is... I think it's more that... It's not really voluntary, but in a sense, it's kind of a voluntary sequestering away from society. Kind of, like, they don't fit into society, so they kind of go somewhere where they can just make their own society. Which, again, kind of fits into with the book's themes, except in the book's themes, it was very much not voluntary. Before our eyes, the host of the assembly, the idealist, steps up to the podium. Oh, this is the past, right. By the randomness of fate, we have gathered here to participate in the Comala Congress. Before the eyes of destiny, historians and astrologers alike, I now declare a new rule amendment. Here they can't lead exactly, yeah. A duel before a crowd of eager eyes. The winner awarded 10 pounds of gold, and the loser left with 10 flies to descend upon him. That's the book again. Before the Comala Congress convenes, we shall assign 2 members of La Sociedad this noble mission, a duel decreed by fate. We don't know why Doris is blind, or the extent of her blindness, really. We don't really know anything about her at all. Doris hears the faint clink of a small object rattling inside a box. Jose, Julio, step forward and draw the sharpest blade of your literary thought. According to the rules, I will preside over this duel with fairness and impartiality. Now, prepare yourselves. The absurd, fictional, metaphysical duel ends within a fraction of a second. The victorious prisoner receives 10 shining golden pills, while the loser collapses to the floor. He's dead as hell. The crowd erupts into chaos, Octavia's surprise rising above the noise.
What's going on?
Mr. Julio, he's having another seizure. Please,
Julio needs your help.
Octavia, you know this is all part of the randomness of fate. The randomness of fate. She doesn't argue back as she usually would. Instead, she stands frozen in place as if stunned. I think she's like a previous timekeeper, though. Well, she is technically not, right? At least not with that title, because we're told that the timekeeper position is specifically for Vertin. Like, it didn't exist prior to her. There's so many levels of direct quotes and references to the original book makes it better or worse. It's not even quotes, it's mostly references. I think I wouldn't say it makes it better or worse at all. It's just kind of interesting to see where they're drawing inspiration from, you know what I mean? Because as long as it fits in with the theme and it like isn't forced, I think it's fine. Yeah, no. My assumption about with her not needing a walking sword assessment, I think she was born blind. That's a good point, actually. Like, she's gotten used to it at this point. But we do know she has some degree of some sensory ability, right? We just don't know what it is. What's the matter with using your systems? Answer me, Octavia. Why are you trying to change Julio's fate? Because no one should die like this.
I don't want him to die.
Please, Miss Octavia. Help me, so I can help him.
Her voice cracks, leaving only the sound of her stifled sobs lingering in the air. Oh, we just whipped out our ID and it says occupation timekeeper, yeah. I'm still wondering what people think of the timekeeper role. Like, they don't know about the storm, right? Like, what does timekeeper mean to them then? Like, what does this entail? What's wrong, Miss Octavia? How's his condition now? Miss Octavia. She remained silent. After a long pause, she cast a heavy stone into the bottomless water. Mr.
Julio is gone. He left us the moment the duel was over.
Ooh. How could that be? Seizures can potentially lead to irreversible brain damage, but how could it happen so fast? A precious life, gone so quickly, swept away by something so senseless, lost in a nonsensical duel. What exactly is this so-called Congress? Some kind of punitive system unique to Comala prison? But how can someone's life be decided by something so absurd? Are we simply meant to surrender to a fate so twisted, no matter how absurd it is? Is it so irrefutable? This isn't the fate I seek. It's a distortion of it. It's my fault for not finding a better way. My view is a shoehorn position criticate somebody important in a position of responsibility. Yeah, but I mean, like for people who aren't part of the Foundation, right? Just random civvies, right? They hear that Burton is part of the Foundation and that she is a timekeeper. Like, do they know what the timekeeper role means? Because they're not supposed to know about the storm. Like, to them, she just, what? She watches the clock? What's going on there? I just think Sir didn't care about anything but his own novels. I never imagined my ideals would mean anything to him. But he was the first person in La Sociedad to support me. But that really was an irreversible fate. A fate granted to Mr. Julio by the Die of Babylon. The Die of Babylon. Her question is left unanswered. The host of the salon goes on. Julio stepped off the endless staircase and reached the silent water. Oh, wait, hang on. Who mentioned the staircase and the pool of water? Was it Aleph? He's become as calm water dissolved into his own pond. Let us offer our blessings, our silence, our farewell to this martyr of fate. And let us imagine that Julio's literary career was a happy one. That's kind of mean. That's a little bit mean. The hall remains deathly silent. No applause, no response.
A life is taken, and that's all you have to say?
You really don't care whether we live or die, do you, idealist? And all of you, don't any of you have anything to say? Why are you all just standing there? If we hadn't kept rejecting the physician's treatment, maybe Mr. Julio wouldn't have. Rejecting? How ridiculous. You have no clue what the demon in human skin is capable of. How it will reach into your mind and mold it like clay, reshaping it until it becomes your prison. In the realm of fiction, fate, unreality, the dissolution of the ego is inevitable and irreversible. Therefore, we must not resist sending the ending dealt to us by the Die of Babylon. Do you know what you're talking about? I've never truly understood you, idealist. Is this a reference to the Satyr's? No. The Satyr's wisdom, Solenis' wisdom, is a very specific thing. It's basically just saying we're better off dead. Which this is more. Well, it's more just like keeping the self, whole. Maybe citizens only know that Vernon records history but doesn't know she's doing it. Yeah, I mean, that's probably what I would assume if I heard the title Timekeeper, right? Actually, it's probably looking at Foundation uphill, but obviously it's magic. Yeah, they probably just don't know. Don't need explanation. So, yeah. Must be right, this tragic tale. She is very. If you disagree, then leave, La Sociedad. I will not have our great poem disrupted by an offbeat syllable. Besides, your tedious talk of social responsibility should have been purged long ago. Modern Latin America belongs to visceral realism, and you're too ignorant to even attempt to seek it out. You asked, I just got a doom ad.
What a ridiculous, laughable man you are.
Okay. At least it's a fairly normal ad. That's good. Kakanya quoted the Satyr's wisdom, because it's kind of the whole point of the chapter of Deraison, right? Death is lay epic. The Satyr, probably. Yeah. It's your tyranny that has driven everyone to ruin. Okay, that one quote, the Solenis' wisdom, is like the one example I can find of Nietzsche not being a 100% downer. Like, that is the one time where he's like, no guys, living is actually good. Let me tell you something, I'm not leaving. I will establish a new literary movement right here in Comala, right here in La Sociedad de Poetas de las Americas. Be short, right? And I know we will use our literature to rescue the inmates who suffer all around us.
I've had enough of your condescending stone-hearted ego and your pompous sophistry.
Me, when losing 50/50 existence, is suffering.
He'll only bring misfortune upon us with his constant rambling about that visceral realism.
I hope we never see you again. Miss Sword, we have to get you out of here. Another second round, this maniac might just doom us all.
Only the physician, the true overseer of this prison, can save us from this situation. Please join our society, Miss Dores.
Help us build a renewed Sociedad de Poetas together. I've already spoken with the jailer. As long as we follow the rules and help him manage Comala, we'll be free to discuss literature.
Forgive me, Miss Octavia. While I truly appreciate your kind offer, I'm afraid my conversation with the physician must remain private.
Why?
Please answer me this question first. From what you've seen, you say this prison is circular in shape, yes?
Yes.
It is. Then tell me, at the center of this structure, is there a watchtower? Impossible, you guessed it exactly. And our destination is somewhere inside that watchtower. How did you know?
I've had such a lovely time here. So much
Selenis,
so
yes,
that I
Selenis.
almost forgot what I came for.
Which is precisely why I must put an end to this cruel farce masquerading as fate. You intend to rebel against the Watchtower's gaze, just like the idealist. You misunderstand me, Miss Octavia.
That inescapable gaze, and the permanent theme of fate.
To get closer to the truth I seek, I have no choice but to meet the administrator that young lady spoke of.
You've decided to save the people here with your own hands, in your own way, and so have I. There are things I must face alone.
Though she is well used to death, the pain of Julia's passing still lingers in her heart, causing her to say these words that don't quite feel like herself.
I see. Lend me your palm. I'll draw you the way to his office. Good luck to you. And to all of us.
Farewell, Miss Octavia. I truly hope all goes well for you in the days ahead.
As Octavia retreats, slowly fading into the distance, she quietly adds,
And in your journey,
Nosotros
finding
humanos
answers
deserve their
about
time in the
fate,
spotlight.
too.
I don't know what that is. Movement? Oh wait, so Octavia set up a whole opposing movement only 3 days before Erd. Apparently, because apparently Erd has only been here for 3 days. So I don't... So either Recoleta is lying to us, or just a whole bunch of shit happened in 3 days. No, she didn't? Okay, I feel like that's the case. Either Recoleta is wrong or misremembering, or she's just straight up lying. This is something to mention, by the way. Behind the operating curtain. What disrupted this era? What unraveled time? The shadow lurking in the ruins answers madness. An otherwise tidy room is covered in fine scratches and small, unidentifiable stains. The smell of disinfectant lingers in the air, mixed with mildew.
Wait here a moment. I'll report the situation and your request to Dr. Merlin.
It must get humid in that prison, man. You're right at one thing, huh?
However, since he's always busy, I can't guarantee he'll agree to meet you. But I'll do my best to persuade him.
The Jaguar's figure slinks out through the inner door.
Now's our chance, Sonetto. Our chance? What do you mean, Timekeeper?
Or this black hole person experiencing time dilation. Yeah, that's what it is.
It's unlikely that the jailer will let us search the central tower, even in this situation. We should take the initiative and look for clues while she's away. I see, Timekeeper. I will do my best.
Sonetto swiftly conducts a thoroughly unauthorized search. Oh, Sonetto, please.
Thank you for your assistance, Miss Recoleta. Without your precise predictions, we wouldn't be standing here now.
Maybe the flow of time in Comala is different, but the timeline, yeah. I don't know what it is, man.
I haven't yet grasped
But
the
that's a
connection
lot of
between
stuff
the die,
happening, so...
your novel, and what's happening in this place. But by process of elimination, It's almost certain that your pen pal, Aleph, is right behind this door.
Sometimes I envy your decisiveness, Vertin. I'm sure many people have praised this special talent of yours.
Why the fuck are the jailer's footsteps always wet? Well, that's because there's water everywhere. They're essentially just in a pool constantly. Like, there's gotta be moisture up everywhere, man. It's
Are you
gotta be
alright?
gross as hell in here.
You don't seem as excited as when we first entered Comala.
Akalada holds her gaze on the tightly shut door, uncertain whether she hopes it'll open now or never again.
The
Sentinel being so easily
sentinel of the
it's not even
Panopticon,
manipulated, she's like
veiled
volunteering for
within the
this shit,
central
man.
tower. If it truly is Aleph, I don't know how to face such terrifying and increasingly plausible reality.
That's the opposite of ADHD. Yeah, she's just laser focused. I mean, technically that's like kind of ADHD as well, right? The hyperfixation.
Sorry to interrupt, but... Timekeeper, I think you'll want to see these.
If you guys haven't noticed, the Nixie Tube in the lobby now shows 1991 as the current storm year. Yeah, I believe the Nixie Tubes show just the latest chapter. The latest main story chapter. Sorry to interrupt. At least from Burton's point of view.
This is a letter from Dr. Dores.
Dores. That one bit I can confirm it shows, yeah. The delicate signature matches the one in the manuscript folder.
Her handwriting. It's as beautiful as I'd imagined. Who is it addressed to?
Like, if you check the month and the day as well, it should match with the current node that you're on for the main story.
Dear Mr. Aleph.
Aleph? Looks like Dores and Aleph are acquaintances. Or at least, they've had some correspondence. Dear Mr. Aleph, my apologies if this reaches you at an inconvenient time. I am Dores, pen name Erd, an ordinary inmate of the Panopticon of Comala. I write seeking your guidance, if you wouldn't mind offering it to me.
The tube also switches between 2 different years, though I think it's different for each person. No. I'm pretty sure it should be doing the year that you're currently in, the time you're currently in. Because I remember checking it after chapter 8, and at the end of chapter 8, the date on the Nixie Tubes matched the last node of second last node of the thing, which is the last node we had Burton in. Okay.
I heard from the physician, Dr. Merlin, that you have the answer to every question. A statement which has been echoed by the idealist and the other inmates. I have something I wish to ask you. What exactly is your role at the prison? Chief Warden? A secret backer? An observer who dominates the prison? Are you truly the supreme
That's your
ruler
bedtime? No, man, I don't have work
Panopticon
tomorrow.
of
Or
Comala?
today, I guess. They tear open the next letter, eager to read on. Why are they sleeping? Yeah. As long as I don't have to do anything, I'm generally alright staying up a bit later.
Including yours. I'm afraid every one of your speculations is off the mark.
Hello,
I'm merely
Monitor.
an inmate who chose to imprison himself here. And allow me to point out that your identity isn't as ordinary as you claim. Why is it that you, my fellow inmate and guest of Manus Vindictae, are so interested in Comala?
Dr. Dores? A guest of Manus Vindictae?
Are you surprised? We know they took her. A muffled shattering of glass interrupts their reading.
It came
It's
from
him.
inside the room. Do you think they're okay?
The jailer and the physician! What happened?
The door defies any attempt at an answer, sealing all the events from view.
I'm not sure, but it could be bad. Come on, let's go in and see if they're alright.
Despite not being raised by her, Burton has the same accent and mannerisms as Dores. Yeah, they're almost certainly related. Like Recoleta mistook her for her mother as the same person, so I'm assuming she's her mother. The unlocked door leads to another room, more decrepit and impressive than the last. Cold operating table lies in the center, surrounded by scattered bottles and medical instruments.
It seems we've stumbled upon the physician's office.
Oh boy.
I should have known.
The Brit chains are really strong.
Is this an operating room?
I don't know. What do you see?
As if this prison wasn't bizarre enough already.
Inside the narrow operating room, the Jaguar reacts badly to their intrusion.
Didn't I tell you to wait outside? What do you think you're doing barging in like this?
We were just worried about your safety, jailer.
That's where the chapter happens at 1696, with the suitcase shows 1613, the time of the part before that. Okay, so it might just be the note, the penultimate note then. I don't know why it's the penultimate one though.
Enough. Get out of...
Quiet.
Quiet. Here he is. Here's the boy.
The reptilian complex governs all our fundamental functions.
Yes. That is our brainstem.
Our heartbeat, breathing, fight or flight responses, and our territory and hierarchy awareness. Our primitive ancestors, like reptiles and birds, followed such instincts to survive. Through millions of years of evolution, we developed the limbic system. This processes emotions and forms memories. It allows us to feel fear, sadness, anger, joy. Our behaviors are given meaning. Now it's the neocortex that makes up more than 2/3 of our total brain volume.
Neocortex.
Language, perception, logical reasoning, abstract thought. This is what forms the complexity of human nature.
I would like to
We read, create, perceive.
So many
We
arrow
try to
points in this thing,
understand both the world and ourselves. We are forever setting goals, one after another. And all this, these multitudes, happens within the confines of the skull, in the tight folds of the crowded cerebral cortex.
What kind of accent? I don't know what this accent is.
Is he performing surgery?
Such a delicate and elaborate organ.
I don't think it's British, right? That doesn't look sanitary.
Were it unable to forget,
it's a Crash Bandicoot character.
What would come of it?
Oh.
Can this space, no larger than the palm of my hand, truly accommodate dozens of people at once?
These are the names I mentioned. Yeah, the limbic and the thing, yeah. Wait. The prison is his mind. The mind is a prison. The prison is literally his mind. Because the pathways are named after various structures in the brain. But he literally says the prison is mine. He means it. I think he means it literally. I think everything here is inside Alepht's head. Is it literally in Alepht's head? Or is it projected onto reality for whatever reason? I still don't know. You figured it out. Or let's not confirm anything. Let's keep that to a minimum. At last, the physician sets down his operating scissors and needle, signaling the end of the surgery. Yet at the same time, the old machine issues an alarm, signaling that his patient's vitals are wavering.
What's happened to the patient?
Bro's dying.
It looks like he's dying.
This prison is literally me. Just like me, for real, for real. Her anxiety rises as the questions go unanswered. On the screen, the last waveforms disappear, leaving only a constant, flat tone.
¿Fracasó la cirugía?
Did the surgery fail? I don't think it was intended to succeed. I'm going to be real with you.
Nonsense. The surgery was a tremendous success.
There you go.
I have erased his debilitating hysteria and restored order to the Panopticon.
So, okay. So don't answer, please. Let me figure it out on my own, but I'm thinking all of the inmates of this prison, because we know Aleph has DID, right? Dissociative identity. Is he trying to kill off other aspects of his personality because it's just become too much for him? Like, is every aspect of this prison like every inmate in this prison just an aspect of himself, and is he just trying to kill them all off one by one?
What are you trying to achieve by barging in here?
The man behind the operating table stares at the uninvited guest expectantly, but does not give them a chance to respond.
Forget it. The next operation requires my attention. Jailer, show them out.
It would also make sense.
Bring me the next patient in 15 minutes.
Why they're only brought to him when they act out, right? Because as long as they're in order, then there's no reason to excise them from his mind. But the moment they start to like act in dysfunction, then they gotta go. If I remember correctly, the idealist says that he moves through the reptilian side of the limbic system. Yeah. So the idealist, because the idealist is, oh man. So the idealist is in opposition to the physician, right? So by moving through the limbic system, which is supposed to be like this instinctual, subconscious part of the mind that you're not, aware of, rather, then he's effectively moving outside of, I guess, the physician's, sphere of influence, or sphere of, like, cognition. Oh, wait, okay. Hang on, we're cooking.
I'm sorry,
still hasn't. Yeah, because we saw him
you
speaking.
Have to leave now.
Previously. So the physician and him are distinct identities. Nicoletta steps forward, blocking their path. There's a hint of pleading in her voice.
Please, just let us speak with you. It'll only take a moment. I have something very important I need to ask.
Her question is not given time to take shape.
Important. Nothing is of greater importance than my experiments in the Panopticon, outsiders.
I'm still wondering how his mind, is being projected like this.
To ensure they continue, the stability of time and schedule is absolutely paramount.
Experiments in the Panopticon? So you really are the controller of the prison, then?
Controller? What an outdated notion. Superficial, really. The Panopticon has no need for such power, regardless of who occupies the central tower, or even if no one's there at all. Every inmate is both the observer and the observed, both wielders and subjects of power.
Serve all aspects of himself.
Achieving such a state requires no physical or violent measures. The structure of the Panopticon itself is the mechanism which sustains it.
Yeah.
Comala is simply a manifestation of this model. Once I confirm its feasibility and adaptability, this model can be applied to any functional setting with only minor modifications. So far, it has proven to be far superior to any current system of governance in our world. Transcendental, even. Curse it. Why am I wasting time explaining this to you? Time is running out.
Investigator keenly senses the key within his words.
Dr. Merlin, you keep mentioning time. What exactly do you mean by that?
That was crazy.
Really? You need to ask? Even those oily-headed lunatics know it. The end of this era is imminent, is it not?
Why do you know that, man? Indeed, the word that was so close to being spoken.
You know about the storm?
That's what you call it, is it? A storm that washes everything away? You employees of the St. Pavlov Foundation should know better than I. Soon, this era and everything in it will cease to exist.
It makes sense. They have contact with Manos.
I must prove the feasibility of the Panopticon model before this place is turned to ruins, or something even more unrecognizable.
A storm that washes everything away?
Oh, she knows we have to kill her.
Burton, what on earth are you two talking about?
What is his ideal of transcendentality, though? I'm assuming complete awareness of the mind. Right? Because that's essentially what he's like. If we're going to assume that this model of the Panopticon is his mind, and what he's trying to do here is constantly know everything about it, then that would imply that he is constantly aware of all the machinations of his mind. If you read day 3 of that event, you'll find out why he's the way he is in the story. Yeah, I have to check that again. I think I kind of skimmed over it. Those might be flashing pens, yeah. The neuralizers. Conversation extends beyond even the most imaginative creations of the aspiring writer. Is the 4, yeah, for sure.
No one can predict the era to which we will be reversed. I have seen the eras change time and time again. The transformation of this place, over and over. But no matter which era each of these 9 storms, as you call them, has taken us back to, Cordeismo continues to plague this land.
Cordeismo. So just rule by power then.
Dependency theorists, martyred revolutionists. I've seen them all. You, young writer, are no different from those intellectuals who were swept away in the rain.
You can ride the storm. I don't think so. I think he is someone of this era who was just made aware of the storm by Manus. And just because he's like supposed to be a very wise man, he kind of pieced together things on his own. But he's no system of political social domination based on the traditional strongman that rose after the war. Yeah. So basically, rule by force.
There is no romance in this era. Only the repeated cycles of madness and brutality. An endless, meaningless struggle. Only in this forgotten corner can we momentarily escape the plundering of the marauders and the chaos they unleash. Although it won't be long before this place is looted by those oily-headed lunatics.
Why is he so concerned about how much oil is on their heads?
Just as it has countless times before, on this land as rich as silver.
He mutters to himself.
But there is still hope. Even in a wasteland, we may still be saved. As long as I uncover the path to transcendentality, I will find the ultimate answer. Ugh, I've already wasted far too much time on you. Leave, now.
Physician turns away, beginning preparations for the next surgery, organizing his worn-out instruments.
You heard him. Please don't press things any further.
All right, Senora. I get it. Obviously, you don't want to discuss my novel with me anymore. So I won't insist upon it. All the letters we wrote to one another. All those inspiring revisions and suggestions. I guess they meant nothing to you.
Voice waivers, rejections, closed doors, harsh critiques. This proves more devastating than all of them together.
But there's still something I must tell you. Jailer, could you please allow us a private conversation with the No. With Aleph.
Aleph. Hearing this, the physician stops.
Leave us, jailer. I'll spare these outsiders 5 minutes.
Jaguar turns to leave, her face revealing an uncharacteristic sorrow as she lingers on the girls one last time. This time, she offers no words. As I said earlier, many in both Global and CN criticized Season 2's chapters not being as good as Season 1, so the thing is Season 2 is all set up for Season. That's the point. Yes. And also, I think this is a perfectly fine chapter. I'm invested in the chapter. And Chapter 8 is a build-up for this chapter, so I'm not going to complain too much about it not being, like conclusive. You know what I mean? Like, I'm thinking chapter, like, Part 2 is fine so far. 6. I think you'd also be concerned if oil's dripping by the counts from someone's head. Jailer to be playable. Yeah, actually, though, more non-humans, please. You know, Arknight's got a cat that's playable. God damn, man. They got it before we did. So you don't want it, yeah. By the way, I know everything's gonna disappear, but, about my novel. When he pulls out the ice pick, don't be afraid. Panic is proof that you're still lucid, bro. Oh, so he actually does. I thought I was joking. I didn't know he actually lobotomized people. Okay. In 1935, is this about lobotomy? Professor Antonio from Portugal became intrigued by a medical study documenting how gorillas became docile after the removal of their frontal lobes. A gorilla mention, yeah. Inspired by this, he successfully performed the world's first human frontal lobotomy, known as a leucotomy. Surgery was remarkably successful, paving the way for significant breakthroughs in the research. In 1949, Professor Antonio was awarded the Nobel Prize in Medicine for his work. Through continuous practice and refinement, he and others eventually improved and perfected the procedure, even developing a specialized leucotome. However, the surgical technique required a high level of expertise, and as a result, it was never widely adopted. I can think of several reasons why it was never widely adopted. In 1945, American doctor Walter Freeman modified the procedure, which became infamously known as the ice pick lobotomy. The technique involved rendering patients unconscious with electroshock or anesthesia and then hammering a steel pick, roughly the thickness of a chopstick, through the upper part of the eye socket into the brain. The pick was then manually rotated to destroy the frontal lobe. In 1950, following strong recommendation from psychiatric pathologist Vasily Gayanovsky, the Soviet government became the first to announce a complete ban on frontal lobotomies. For the next 2 decades, most countries, including the United States, followed suit and passed laws prohibiting the procedure. Damn, when Soviet Russia decides, hey, this is kind of fucked up, that's a bit rough. I'm organized. I thought we deserved to play the cat. Yeah, I can't get. Can you recap, Mister? This thing's being this. Oh, so yeah, I'm pretty sure this entire prison is just a projection of Alepht's mind. Like, I don't know how he managed to do it, or how it happened at all, but I'm assuming all the inmates are then like aspects of himself, because we know that he has like multiple personalities, and by operating on them, he's essentially, I guess, deleting them one by one. I just missed the opportunity to have a playable joke. I mean, they may come back, maybe. Do you think we'll ever get a playable Manus Vindictae member instead of a Digger situation? We got Druvis. Also, I have seen 2.8, so yeah. Surely Blue Pock. I mean, I've seen the characters. Surely Blue Pock will give us an arcane based on Coco the gorilla. The best place for a carrot carrier is an Egypt patch. Oh, that's a good point, actually. Full animal arcanus, yeah. Lobotomy lore. I can slightly feel a pick in my head when it was, yeah, just kind of imagine like a rod in your head just kind of moving around in there. Non-fiction, fiction, but in reality, there's reality being, yeah, that's what I mean. Like somehow his brain is kind of merging with reality, is what I'm getting out of this. He's supposed to be human, so I'm still not sure how that works. But I don't know. Oh, Isolde was, yes, Isolde was also with Menace for a while. Also, we're getting Miss Grace. I fully believe we're getting Miss Grace. I don't care. Give me Miss Grace. He's hot as hell. Oh, okay. Master of the Labyrinth. Within the corpse of the Labyrinth's builder, he proclaims, it is and has always been perfect. Oh, it's another part. All in the head. I mean, I don't know if it's in the head anymore, but it is part of the head. Only the steady beeping of a heart monitor keeps the eerie silence at bay. Okay.
Dr. Merlin, or should I say Aleph, I don't know why you're using my novel to manipulate the Panopticon, but you need to know that it won't serve your purpose, whether in fiction or reality. You claim that the inmates are both the observer and the observed, and both wielders and subjects of power. How could you be so blind as to not see the true state of the Panopticon? The inmates haven't achieved any perfect order.
Doris hot.
No.
Doris hot or be grateful.
They've devolved
I mean, yeah.
into
I'm not gonna say no to
caricatures
that.
of themselves, performers in some endless pantomime to be watched from the central tower.
Did you willingly see the 2.8 characters, or were they spoiled to you on accident? Half and half. I have zero expectation of making it to any update without seeing the characters, at least, so I don't bother even trying to hide from those spoilers. Because I'll get hit with them regardless. It doesn't matter. Fuck. Last sitting behind the name mittens is my prediction. Yeah, okay. That's type. Miss Grace being in the suitcase and you calling her hot. Man, she is hot. By this note, I'm gonna have to go. Oh yeah, for sure, Excalibur, have a good one. Our current dimension of the manners and something more akin to a small mass fashion trying to moderate their own. I feel like that's very, very unlikely. Like, if they're still like operating as Manus, that feels very unlikely. Unless we come to some sort of consensus with them, which seems, again, highly unlikely. I'm still questioning if I'll use I'm using I0. I0 is so much better. Just in terms of design, I think it's so much better. Yeah, it means
Even their medication has become a prop to demonstrate the so-called randomness of fate in the theater that is the Panopticon.
Merlin is part of Aleph, but he isn't Aleph. Yeah, yeah. Because I'm assuming.
This farce
I mean, can we even say
hasn't
Aleph
made
is the main?
Panopticon a better place. No, it has
Just
warped
Aleph,
it into a
right?
twisted theater of cruelty, where the sick are
You switch it
denied
between- oh,
treatment
really?
and left to quietly perish in the dark corners of its halls. And literature has died alongside them. This prison is a monster, born under the gaze of this all-seeing power. Aleph, is this truly the ultimate answer you've been searching for?
It's not my name. The physician suddenly seems startled, stepping back and accidentally knocking over his tools.
What? Are you suggesting that this is the answer I've reached? That my experiment has been a failure all along, and I've been too blind to see it? No. Impossible. Foucault's theory is flawless.
Lorelei was on her own. She was not a member of Manus, no. Having his life's work denied is something he cannot tolerate. The man searches the tabletop with feigned composure, but in doing so he unintentionally sweeps all the surgical tools onto the floor.
I have removed every obstacle to the running of this prison. It is pure, sacrosanct. I have constantly re-evaluated the system, adjusting my instructions to my subordinates to ensure the most efficient maintenance of the established order.
Flawless is not a word I'd use, no. No.
And now, you stand here and tell me that everything I've done has been meaningless from the very beginning? That the power model I have implemented has already been replaced by an alternative? No, outsiders. The perfect order of the Panopticon shall not be disrupted. I will not be swayed by your lies. This facility is superior to all others. Nothing here escapes my notice.
At last, in a barely noticeable corner, he finds the 20-sided die wreathed in a black mist.
That said, it isn't easy to work a miracle, as we all know. I shall personally verify it. All my
we're fighting him. Similar by almost too, depending on the ending, right? All his emotions dissolve as he grips the die. The narrow operating room shakes as it responded to him, emitting a distorted screech.
What's happening?
Yeah, this is definitely his mind. Oh, the die is what's letting him do this.
Visitors from another
So I'm guessing the
era.
die is some
You
sort
have
of
come
artifact.
here with plagued ideologies in an attempt to break the subtle balance of the Panopticon. But did you not notice the tiles beneath your feet? The cracks and water stains on the walls, constantly changing right before your eyes. This room, the previous room.
You know, I mentioned the water reflections
You
looking at
have
brain
blindly wandered through them,
earlier.
seeing them as nothing more than the building blocks of a monotonous labyrinth.
Last
But
page about
this
okay.
place was not born from the chaotic imaginings of a madman. No. Every inch has been crafted through the meticulous harnessing of order and power. Every wisp of spider silk drifting in the wind. Every speck of rust on the gallery rail. Every detail of the Panopticon has been built by my own hands. With this ever-shifting die, concepts may be transformed into reality, and ideals into substance.
This is how he's doing it then.
I observe the movement of every entity, the passage of every second. The moment you entered this realm, you too became subjects of my experiment.
Oh. If you just want to play D&D, should have asked. Prisoner Power. Wait, that's so fucking cool, man. What the hell?
Wow.
This is
So many
1.3.
things that I haven't seen.
Admit it. This is all getting out of hand. Impossible! All is under the die's control.
Please let me in your Minecraft server.
What may appear to be chaos is nothing more than a temporary deviation.
I think I like Aleph better than the physician, I'm not gonna lie.
The show's on, Pansy. Plan A.
That's a powerful arcane tool,
Time was
yeah.
for no one.
I mean, then again,
Even for
last
a
chapter
great-
we got a record that worked pretty much all of downtown Los Angeles, so who knows.
Time waits for no one.
They did
Even
mention
for a
in
great-
2.5 about several artifacts being stolen. I wonder if this is one of them. Or not, of Manus needing several artifacts.
It's special, precise.
I don't know if a die is one of
perfect.
them.
It is far from perfect. You know that as well as I.
Even the main personality saying you're flawed as well.
Why else would...
Oh no, come on, I forget.
That went smooth.
Exactly.
It's fine. That is definitely one personality. Yeah.
This happened when the Idealist was attacked too.
To think we've been trapped in a prison fabricated by a die all this time. Did the physician really build all this with such a small, simple object?
The distortion is getting worse. Prepare yourselves to fight or flee.
Yes, polyregular human. The situation begins to spiral out of control. Now everything in the room screeches and twists until they become a mess of meaningless black and white lines.
Please, Dr. Merlin, stop this.
No. You're asking for the impossible. Power model of the Panopticon is destined to permeate all of society. Such insignificant interferences could never plunge it into chaos. But it already has, Merlin. You failed. I have not failed. As long as I keep the prison running.
The physician fiddles with the die, muttering baffling and incoherent words to himself.
It isn't your power model running the prison. It's the die. It's simply a form of magic, unrelated to the microphysics of power you seek. It provides no aid in your experimentation with power. It's a false hope. A castle in the sky given to you by the military junta and Manus Vindictae.
Manus Vindictae? So you really are working with them. What exactly do you intend to do?
Have you not been listening to him for like the last 2 notes? Then Lawson served the belt stop. Meanwhile, Aleph grieves said world for the sake of the ball.
Then I've also failed. I've ended up a pathetic fool, lost in the chaos of reality. Just like the idealists chasing visceral realism, Paracelsus seeking the fountain of youth, and Zahir obsessing over the one-sided coin. When did it all start falling apart, Aleph? When the doorknob loosened? When the prisoner's wounds started to fester? Or when the daily disinfectant concentration reached 28 milligrams? Or the crack in the second gray brick on the wall expanded to 6 millimeters?
The what character, yeah.
Or was it when Warden Tartuffe left Ushuaia with news of the Foucault Association's dissolution? This place should have been the ideal ground for psychoanalytic practice. Why did they halt all research, all discussion? We've been abandoned, haven't we? By eras old and new.
I was tweaking right now. Look at that motion. Just look at his head move. That's freaky as hell. He is fighting some demons.
He designed and have maintained everything in Comala, right down to the smallest detail.
Shout out to Calculator. Yes, he has done a phenomenal job. If Checo wasn't the one doing all the interviews, I would love to interview this man.
But it is these details that trap you. And as the bars close around you, you are losing your name, Merlin. And you're becoming a physician. A man forever imprisoned within these walls. I don't understand.
The movements feel so real. I wouldn't call them real. I would call them very erratic and jerky and unsettling.
All these false eras are like a dreadful novel with no conclusion. Trying to find answers within such things is, in itself, a mistake. Much like them, you are destined never to attain transcendentality.
And Dewey's up to update. Shout out to LD. Yeah, actually though, look at this. It is a very smooth movement.
Does the ultimate answer even exist?
It does not. The die becomes too heavy for him to hold any longer. It drops to the floor. I would say it feels so good to look at. That's an opinion. That's certainly an opinion. The distortions and tremors of the prison will finally subside, as if the pulse of a massive heart had stopped for an instant. I should toggle on VSync. Is VSync even in this game? Does that warrant VSync? Aleph in 2023. Amid the swirling dust, the girls help each other stand, but fail to notice the truth revealing itself before them. Really?
Timekeeper, are you alright?
Yes. And you? And Miss Recoleta? Are you okay?
I finally win a 50%. No. The answer is no.
Miss Recoleta?
Smoke clears, but no one responds. The named girl simply stares in shock at the figure before her.
You're...
The word utopia derives from Greek.
Oh, it's all good.
It means no place.
No place.
People cannot understand the structure of the labyrinth, yet they continue to follow its paths. They cannot comprehend the mechanics of fate,
actually does.
Yet they believe in its jurisdiction. As if by doing so, everything will naturally fall into place.
Oh, that's what you meant, Pedro, I see.
And now, the polar night approaches.
Oh, I'm guessing this is actually Aleph.
How good it is to see you, pen pal.
This is a cool CG, yeah. Okay, we got the voice of reason finally. Holy shit. We just have to fight God, but that's fine. The mask in the mirror. Between two mirrors hangs a single object. One face, two faces cascading into the infinite. Please take me in mentally disabled. Wait, was there a trace for the last one? Shit.
Where did the physician go?
You have to word it like that. This chapter had even harder if the 2019 pandemic started in 2012. That would be a crazy lineup, I'm not gonna lie to you. Actually, if I had chapter 10's location. Oh, really? Shit. It's him, stage 13. Okay, I have to go back after this.
Sir? Are you?
Your current screen pressure with everything your frames are carrying, making it feel choppy because the refresh is not matching with the frames. Okay. I'll check the settings after this then. I don't know fancy graphics shit, man. I always run my stuff on lowest. Or at least I used to always run my stuff on lowest because my computer was shit. I don't know what to do with the graphics card that's actually functional. No one notices when the unfamiliar prisoner appears. He seems calm and almost ordinary, like an unchanging mirror that has stood here all along, in this room, in this labyrinth, passed unseen by everyone. The answer she now sees plainly makes her step back in a panic. But in the end, she says the name out loud. Its sound is heavy, cold, and leaves her at a loss.
Aleph, it's you. My pen pal. You are, in fact, in Comala. All those letters, all the ideas we shared, they weren't just my imagination or some prank. Vertin, Soneto, it's all just as I told you. They weren't meaningless. They're all real.
Oh, wait, who mentioned something off about her hand? With the book? I can kind of see it. Like, normally you'd have these two fingers on the back end, right? Yeah, why does she feel no joy?
So, sir, are you Aleph, the ruler of this prison? Are you the one controlling the Panopticon with the die? The one hiding Miss Dores' whereabouts?
What curious inquiries. Quite different from the last 2,666 questions.
Right, I believe his whole thing is that he remembers literally everything.
My guests, you may call me Aleph, or by any other name, be it a symbol of God's oneness or a farcical epithet. I am merely one of the many prisoners who voluntarily reside here. A single letter in the alphabet of the Panopticon.
Yeah, the fact, yeah, this is definitely leprosy, right? Like, you can even see this thing making like a rib cage design here.
A letter? The way you speak is quite different from Dr. Merlin. Still, I wonder what your relationship is with him.
Yeah, her hand is almost certainly in it. Yeah. Under the dim lighting, the man looks drained of all energy.
But allow me to make a guess. You're Dr. Merlin, aren't you?
I'm afraid that's not entirely accurate. But you may think of it that way.
Yeah, okay. So the thing that doesn't let you forget, essentially.
Merlin is a figment born of my mind, an incomplete reenactment. He is me, yes, but not entirely. He, or rather they, failed to find their answers.
This dude would make a killing on TikTok in current day.
They
right?
fought against their predestined
he doesn't have to
fates,
pretend to have a debilitating
only
mental,
to be inevitably crushed under their weight. I simply stood by and watched it all unfold. That was the extent of our relationship.
They?
Yeah, actually, please don't. Let's not talk about CN stuff. Like, I'm trying to avoid spoilers as well.
You've already met Merlin and the Idealist, even witnessed their demise. Shackled by the delusions of verses, the Idealist lost his own name. Merlin, too, imprisoned himself within the system of the Panopticon. I'm sure their desperate pursuits caused you some trouble. Please forgive them. After all, your fleeting encounters led to the demise of them both.
Alright, let's not phrase it like that, Ethan. Jesus Christ. So the Idealist is a figment of him as well. And what about the others?
I think I understand now. The Idealist and the Physician are both parts of you.
Too.
Or, to put it another way, they're your alter egos.
It seems the jailer's diagnosis, Jesus Christ, that the whole prison is mad has been shown to be more accurate than anyone could have imagined.
The Physician mentioned Manus Vindictae. What's the relationship between this prison and the Manus?
Visitors from the Foundation. We all witnessed those eras perish.
Wait, so is Comala then a storm-safe site?
In 1977, not long before the fourth storm, I arrived in Ushuaia. Shortly after, some members of the National Foucault Studies Association, but it wasn't just them. An arcanist organization called Manus Vindictae also approached me. Each of them wanted answers. They named me their advisor.
You acted as an advisor to the Manus?
The two parties presented me with a concept and a parable, respectively.
What's an alter ego even about? Well, like what they're talking about? I mean, it's just his alter egos, right? Like his different personalities. Hang on. Oh wait, Foucault and Manus Vindictae. That the National Foucault and someone with a question and tried to answer it, bury themselves in knowledge and began losing themselves. Oh. Wait, okay, I need to look that up. Hang on. I'll do it after this. Fisher himself and that he witnessed this place too. Yeah. I assumed it was just he learned about the storm, but apparently he's gone through it himself. Was Comala then saved?
A concept and a parable?
The Foucault Association sought to explore the feasibility of the Panopticon concept here, while Manus Vindictae showed me a parable of the past and future. Day and night, I wandered through endless texts, endless realities, as I searched for answers. And thus, Merlin was born. He was both an experiment and a price I paid. A new concept, a new direction. Pursuing such things always leaves me confined by the limitations of human knowledge. Merlin spent his entire life exploring Foucault's theories in pursuit of that singular yet infinite answer.
What about the Manus, Mr. Aleph? You didn't explain why you helped them.
Explain why? Because they asked me to, just as you have. I simply worked to answer their questions.
So you're saying that, to you, we are no different from Manus Vindictae? And if we ask, you'll answer us, without holding anything back?
Is that not precisely what is happening this very moment?
I like this one. Aleph picks up the fallen die. It flickers with a familiar, comforting glow.
This is what the Manus gave Merlin. A magical die named the Tear of Comala.
His design, yeah. I still like his I0 though.
It was once a gemstone that belonged to a god.
Merlin.
At the beginning of the century, explorers plucked it from an ancient gate they discovered in Antarctica.
It just happened to be a D20.
To the explorers' amazement, the gemstone could turn human desires into reality. So they cut it into a die, a symbol of fate, and used it to build a sanatorium, which was later transformed into the Panopticon you are standing in right now.
And that's probably why the Panopticon is not affected by the storm. His words are directed, they still leave the outsiders perplexed.
Then, Aleph, you really are the mastermind behind the Panopticon?
I think he'd be into D&D. Apparently, yeah, he'd be a great DM. Just keeps switching between his personalities. The silent girl grips her notebook. Her knuckles turn white from the pressure. The draft of an unpublished novel with words that only she knows. The countless hours spent at her desk, the self-reflections, the meticulous questioning, revisions, and scrutiny of every word. That book holds the life of its writer.
You said Merlin used the Panopticon to seek his answer. What does that have to do with my novel? I don't get it, Aleph. Why would you use my novel to manipulate this place? Roberta, Garcia, Octavia, Pablo,
So not everyone
the jailer,
is an aspect
everyone.
of himself then? Just the
Not
three?
one of them deserved to be trapped in a deadly
Well,
loop
as a DM would
in
be
which
incredibly annoying.
everyone's fate is already predestined. They're just like the ghosts in Amalfitano, inescapably trapped within the ruins. Tell me, what is it you really...
Hearing this, the lonely prisoner fidgets with the die, looking puzzled.
It's not about what I want. It's about what you want. The third line of your first letter. You said you wanted to give the rise and fall of sanity an ending.
Yeah, how does Circle Letter tie into this one? Okay, we missed a trace back here. Where is it? Does the Foundation ever actually require employees to clock in? Have you ever heard of Foucault, Seneto? Yes, he's a renowned French philosopher and social theorist. I read books about his theories at this began. Something that was not escape. You don't understand. Never mind that. Could you explain what you read in detail? Venice isn't a natural phenomenon. Yes. Yes. First Mirrors was post. Practical, but yep. This is all in the book. Nowadays, things are different after the Enlightenment and punishment from public education. Yep. Today's public execution has all but disappeared from everyday language. Discipline and punishment, by that logic, the SPDM lies closely with Foucault's ideals. But Deleuze believed that another model of power deploys disciplinary power, the power of administration, a highly efficient yet indifferent system of management. The system holds control over the environment, and in such circumstances, the individual's inner self ceases to matter. Can't be resisted discussion piece of what the physician said. I'm trying to see how his model reduces people a little more than animals. It's how you write an questionably intelligent character. I have so many things to say about Hoyo writing, man. I've been wanting to make a video on that for ages now. A little lost on I'm a bit lost on Recoletta's role in this thing is. I'm assuming we're going to learn about it next. Do your friend who will transform a whole prison match to help you play righteous pluck? Yeah, apparently. Yes, did he actually? He did. There's no way. It wasn't. What? Okay, actually, maybe. Right? Because he answers every question, and technically, her sending him a letter is a question. This is him answering it, right? Greatest arcane skills demand through thorough preparation. Every list is the crystallization of countless insights. Message from day 3. Right. Is that still on the thing, or do I have to look that up online? Large number of arcanists could be... Wait, regarding the ritual. Large number of arcanists are easily achievable both from aspect that young people capable of lifting bricks and setting sail on Pinnacle. Devotion remains the best. Okay, and also they got a bunch of prisoners from the prison. Roar Lion's Tail. Does that have anything to do with the jukebox? Sacred Scarab Wings, Nucateo Shell. When combined with the Fountain of Immortality, it seems likely that Manus Vindictate aims to achieve something extraordinary. Given the shell's properties can withstand an immense amount of energy, ensuring the ritual success. And this is indeed an incantation requiring considerable meticulous preparation. The location remains an excellent choice, but for the ritual itself, timing is of paramount importance. The time referred to here is not our traditional understanding with time itself. Huh? So this is whatever ritual Manus is doing right now, and they have like 2 of these at the very least, and apparently they found the 3rd, which I'm assuming is Antarctica. It's on YouTube? Okay. Yeah, that's what I use for my stuff as well. R99 Timekeeper. Let's pull that up really quickly. Oops. How does fucking OBS work, man? When this one? We go to this one. Okay. There we go. I'm looking for... Oh, I'm assuming it's in the... Stuff right here. I always... Oh, here we go. Day 3, right? Overwhelmed with anguish and neither sorrow nor fear can ease his pain even for a moment. That day, the National Foucault Studies Association, the masked ones, came to my door and sought my wisdom. The former brought forth a concept, attempting to research its feasibility, while the latter presented a parable, revealing something of the past and future. There's talent for an ultimate answer, but to no avail. I memorized the colors of every pigment, yet it failed to paint the landscape. I felt lost and stuck. They called me by the wrong name, and I could not discern their true desires. You are me, but not entirely. Now, but the parish is an incomplete illusion. Yep, okay. So that's just them coming to tell him. Which we already got. Huh. Did any of these have anything to do? Not really, okay. It's just, I'm guessing, individual things. Oh, wait. Let's go to the screen. So that's a ritual visual is talking. Yes, that's. I'm assuming that is the ritual they were talking about, and the item as well. Fatal themes of this chapter is reminiscent of past chapters. Nietzsche's concept of morphe. So I'm like, yeah, morph yeah. I mean, goddamn, man. Empowered up to hell and back because of impromptu info. Yeah, maybe she'll get one. You know, who knows? Whereas I should have done all the 1.0 characters. Yeah, I mean, A Knight and Centurion are in the fucking dirt right now. The hell, man. Oh. Okay. Okay. Next one. A serpent brings an apple, but I already possess the wisdom. He lost himself in the... Yeah. He was trying to... He just tries to answer everything, I guess. And I'm thinking that's what happened with Recoleta as well. He's kind of devoted himself to answering her question. Dear Mr. Aleph, the National Foucault Studies Association extends a formal invitation for you to join our organization. Our mission is to guide society and the world towards a more structured and enlightened future. We believe your exceptional abilities will be instrumental in achieving this vision. We eagerly await your response. Tartu. Prison. Aleph. 1 of the 5, yeah, which I'm assuming is a die. Which means we're not keeping the die at the end of this. I'm almost certain Manus is going to take it. They just gave it to Aleph. I think they wanted Aleph to do something with it. It was either they wanted to... My assumption is that they either wanted the prison as a proof of concept, and they were just going to take it back from him when everything went to hell. Or he actually had a mission here that he was not aware of, and by doing what he's doing, he's kind of fulfilling their goals. Either way, I don't see him keeping the die. They're almost certainly going to take it back. Also, why is it called the Tear of Comala when it was found in Antarctica? Okay. The mournful, the grotesque, the sum of self and self. We might... I think we can get through this entire thing. It depends on how long the traces are, because there's only 20 nodes. I want to be done by 9.
Los registros históricos del Dado de Babilonia aún se
Which is
pueden
in an hour and a
encontrar
half
en la biblioteca
ish.
de la Universidad Santa Teresa. No. Una apertura como esta haría la historia demasiado ambigua.
Die in day 5, okay. Make use of the soup that as well.
En 1975, en el pueblo de Amalfitano, Sonora, México, ocurrió algo terrible y escalofriante en la cabaña con el techo azul. Todo comenzó con las costumbres peculiares de los Espera, ¿cómo supe todo esto? Necesito agregar un rol para el narrador. El cuentacuentos.
Kind of feels like he's going through several parallel realities and collecting events of each of them. Maybe. I don't think that's really the case. I'm assuming he's just knows a lot. He mentioned the dice was already in the prison. Okay.
Un poeta surrealista de México me contó esta historia. Una anciana entró en el bar al que solía ir en el pueblo. Al mismo tiempo,
el empleado del banco también entró al bar trayendo la noticia de que una corporación multinacional iba a construir una fábrica de jabón de galletas en Amalfitano.
Espera, empleado del banco. No sabía que había bancos en Amalfitano.
It would be kind of fucked up if Recoleta was actually one of his alter egos.
Pero sí, tiene sentido. Los bancos comerciales son, sin duda, un sello del capitalismo. Gracias, amigo por correspondencia. Antes de convertirse en empleado del banco, era un defensor de las antiguas costumbres del pueblo. Era un pescador de dunas.
Después de aceptar el destino otorgado por el Dado de Babilonia, eligió dejar todo atrás. El triste y aterrador pueblo y los ciclos ocultos dentro de la infinita aleatoriedad.
Oh,
ChatGPT.
qué
Yeah,
irónico.
I'm assuming he doesn't
Pero
have
también es realista.
the
Ahora
accent,
solo
right? It doesn't
necesitamos
sound
un
like it
personaje
from
contrastante.
what I can
Un
tell.
creyente en el destino.
2 6-stars for the price of 1. Or 1 6-star for the price of 2.
Una anciana tejedora se sentó en su antiguo
Replacing pen
taller,
pals since 2020.
girando incansablemente su rueca. Un regalo precioso, otorgado por el Dado de Babilonia.
La tejedora ciega relató suavemente todo lo que había vivido.
¡Qué idea brillante, Aleph! Una tejedora ciega no podría haber presenciado el asesinato. ¡Fantástico! En este caso, agregaré a un conductor de burros que es asesinado en este capítulo. Con cada una de tus sugerencias, la historia da un paso adelante. Gracias, Aleph. Pero
todavía no veo ninguna señal del final. Es como si no importara cuántos personajes nuevos agreguemos. Todavía falta algo en el pueblo desértico. Aleph, ¿qué debo hacer? ¿Cómo le doy un final a esta historia?
Ding.
Tú misma me preguntaste, ¿cómo le doy un final a esta historia?
Or explore techniques to prepare my Spanish for this. No, me either.
Me describiste cómo tus palabras se habían transformado en un rompecabezas desmesurado infinito, un lenguaje irreconocible, una colección de información ambigua, y una parábola que había perdido todo su significado.
How is Aleph Spanish for the Spanish speakers in chat? Like, because to me it sounds like he has like an accent, like a very not Spanish accent. He speaks Spanish the way I think I would speak Spanish.
Atrapándote para siempre en ese abrasador pueblo desértico. Todo lo que estoy haciendo es intentar encontrarlo para ti.
Not really good. Okay, I figured as much.
¿Estás diciendo que has estado manipulando los acontecimientos en el Panóptico desde que intercambiamos cartas por primera vez septiembre pasado?
She struggles vainly, hoping for him to deny it.
Sí, cada vez que revisabas la novela, se hacían ajustes correspondientes en el panóptico. Reflejar fielmente las complejidades de cada detalle era clave para asegurar que la historia avanzara sin problemas. Estos ajustes los manejaba principalmente Merlin.
I don't know any of his backstory, so I don't know where he's from.
Y antes
I
de
assumed he
ellos,
wasn't native, just based on how he speaks. Because like, he has the British accent, right? Like. Wait, so is he hearing Paracelsus then parts of himself as well? Or is he referencing like historical figures? Okay, so I'm assuming these are two other aspects of him that we haven't met.
Cada vez?
Every time.
6 versiones de la historia del Amalfitano ya se han desarrollado en el
Those
Panopticon.
actually just running simulations. That's crazy.
Eso significa la rana aplastada en el barro, la vaca muriendo de vieja, el lirón cayendo al mar.
Where is Zahir and Paracelsus? I don't think we haven't met them, but he's mentioned them before, and he's mentioned them here as well. And it seems like they were very directly involved, so I'm assuming they were aspects of himself.
El fantasma asesinado en el duelo. Y los cambios repentinos al dado de Babilonia. Todas las revisiones que sugeriste. Todas las muertes. El caos y la locura. ¿Realmente sucedieron aquí mismo?
He's literally simulating the events in order to find an ending. He's doing this through just sheer brute fucking force. He's like, okay. The ever-knowing prisoner falls into a long, dark silence. He will not answer a question when the one asking already knows the answer.
Incluso la eternidad tiene sus límites.
Literally, what's it called? Eternal exhaustion or something?
In the 6th revision, we added the Blind Weaver, an extraordinary figure, just like the paracausality researcher who carries a suitcase that you introduced in your 7th letter.
The paracausality researcher carrying a suitcase. Miss Recoletta, is this character really based on the Timekeeper?
It's Dores, right?
What? Of course not. The paracausality researcher is an entirely different character.
I have Agamotto. I have not seen any Marvel. No, that's not true. I've seen Iron Man.
We're only one die roll away from the ending.
What is the ending for the researcher? Aleph is the core of the infinite labyrinth. The tear of Comala swirls slowly in his hand.
I don't. What on earth are you trying to do?
You asked the question, lady. He's just trying to answer it. The filament lamps of the operating room dim in time with his motions. The walls ripple like water, then transform into countless mirrors. I love that kaleidoscope transition. That's fun. Within the mirrors, an endless stream of information appears. Now, a seemingly possessed telephone babbles, an old radio sings, a flickering slide projector whirls and cracks. A muted film projector spins, a timetable opens, and dictionaries of countless languages flow past. A room without an exit, an eternal predicament the prisoners dwell in.
Recoleta, it is the cycle of fate that has brought you to the Panopticon of Comala in Ushuaia. Now, return to the rise and fall of sanity. Return and become a character once more. You've been searching for its ending, but how could you possibly find it when you're no longer inside the story?
She is a construct. Recoleta herself is a construct of the die.
I believe that this time you will witness the grand finale with your own two eyes. No more sadness. No more loneliness.
What is her classification in the Atlas? It's Arcanist, right?
The answer you've long sought lies in the inevitable final row of the die.
That's why she's dressed all fucked up, too.
So, the jailer is the bank clerk, and Erd is the blind weaver. But what about Roberta, Garcia, and Octavia? They weren't even assigned roles. They were just playthings. Helpless in the
That
face
means the
of
warden's
fate.
not, or the jailer's not going to be playable if she's just an aspect of this play.
What right do you or I have to decide what happens to them?
No, man, you're not even part of
gains and
this.
losses.
You don't get to decide shit, lady. You're as
But
much a
they
part of the story
couldn't
as anything
possibly
else.
understand such a thing, could they?
She's Arcanist, okay?
To you, it's just a story. But to them, it is the manifestation of bittersweet destiny.
Do you think hiding behind the guise of fiction absolves you from the reality that you've turned the Panopticon into a living hell? Yes.
They don't exist.
You're the only one who truly understands the rise and fall of sanity. Goodness knows how many manuscripts I sent out that never received a reply. I was so grateful to you. For your replies, for understanding my novel. Those things were more precious to me than any sunrise over the Andes. Had I known that your feedback was created in such a way, and at such a cost, I would have preferred not to receive it at all. Don't you get it? Even if they don't understand my novel, the people I meet are still my friends. Whether we took a long journey together, or we simply chatted for a few hours, we formed an inseparable, miraculous bond. They're a part of me. How could you treat them like fictional characters? It's disrespectful to my
They are
work
fictional characters,
and to life
right?
itself.
Almost certainly. All of this is just a fabrication. The writer's resistance is so sharp that it cuts through Alex's carefully constructed labyrinth easily.
But you raised the question yourself. Why do you resist receiving its answer?
He lowers his head and for the first time cracks appear on that indestructible mask.
They're always like this, aren't they? They throw a question at you, only to abandon it along with the fading of the era.
Again with the jerky movements, oh my god.
This storm will spare no one. You've known it all along, Alex. Only the timeless
They exist, but
can maintain
Recoleta does
control.
not exist.
The all-seeing
Okay,
talent.
the people exist.
The perfect governing system.
Respect. Be quiet. Brother, enough with the Panopticon. Just shut up and sit down. Oh my god.
What a hopeless fool you are, Merlin. Haven't you heard what they say? There is no need to build a labyrinth when the whole world already is one. Your meaningless questions will be swept away by the tides of time, only to resurface on the shores of our minds once more. We've seen it happen over and over again.
Actually.
Surely you've realized
That's
by
just
now
unsettling, man.
that the only true meaning can be found in literature. For over a century, literature has remained the singular, ultimate answer. This lonely cowboy is simply feeling lost at the moment. Spare us your rambling, my dear. You're wasting our time.
Enough.
The eye that reflects the heart can no longer bear its weight as it glows from within burning fissures. They're an actual real-life author. I think they, because they mentioned the names in a trace at one point. One of the first traces names all the authors, I'm pretty sure. On the surrounding mirrors, countless reflections of Aleph appear, each wearing a different face. They crowd into the room as a flood of ghosts.
Aleph seems to be in a terrible state. We have to be careful. Something isn't right about that die.
No shit, really. You don't say. That's crazy, man. I would never have guessed. After, what, 16 chapters? No. Wouldn't have guessed. Thank you for pointing it out, Burden.
I have all the essentials for writing poetry.
Brother, that looks so fucking cool. Are you kidding me?
Go ahead. Keep the story going. Carry it through until we finally feel the sweet gratification of the ending. Your endeavors are doomed to fail. There's only madness in literature and art, not transcendentality.
Wait, this thing looks cool as hell. Are you kidding me? Most transcendentality. It said this is a person created by the dice and the original no longer exists, only reflections in the mirror. Oh, like the core. I'll go back and check the description. Still don't know how to use this baby. This.
Hold on, how
this. What does this do? I don't know what this
In
does.
todos los momentos, I tripled the
Freebies on
ingredients this time.
Okay.
Time waits for no one.
Well, I mean, okay, I
Even
one
for
shot
a
the
great
I two turned the free raise, so damn. But then again, I was using impromptu for that, so hey.
Time waits for no one. Even for a great.
This floor is a lot from Softwater. Bosses, yeah. This guy's cool as hell, man. That's crazy.
Idealismo.
Of course, it's
Vuelos de
intelligence,
fantasía. Patrones
I
ocultos.
mean, this entire thing is more about intellect, right? And the curse of knowing too much.
El camino más
I need to
allá
figure
de
out how to
todos
use
los
her.
momentos.
I really do.
A simple arcane trick. En la acumulación de laberintos. Suéltalo todo una vez más.
I have a spear. I don't have a spear unit that I can use for like actual fights. Like wait, as an actual DPS.
Nuestro aliado es la verdad.
Oh, the face 2 looks even freakier.
Do I
That's
have to do
crazy.
this?
It's a man without a face.
Thank you.
One flaw. Oh, is this not the last battle? I thought this was the last battle. Someone said 16 was the last one. This will pop Kakani as old, right? What is your empathy at right now? What? Why? Okay, well. I think if we use this, it'll force her to use her own ult, right? Because it's whoever has the most. I'm force the Melania ult.
Now presenting Big Candy.
So this should give me Melania ult, and then this will cast it. And then fucking, I don't know.
Más allá del concepto mundano
Yeah, this
del
Zealous
mundo.
is so nice. This whoever attacks first, extra mox. Oh. Okay, well. I should be using that first thing. 18 is the last. Oh, okay.
Time waits for no one.
This is the last one,
Even
Recoleta.
for a great.
Is she the final boss? We have to kill her story. Part 20 is the last, I'm assuming regular mode, but I think 18 is the last battle mode, right?
These explorations, these fractures, They're all failures, aren't they? In this infinite expanse, I feel nothing but infinite sorrow.
I've already said that Sotheby doesn't need a bodyguard.
Thank you, Sotheby. Very cool. The chaotic battle comes to an abrupt halt.
Wait! Mr. Olive? Are you human?
Senato steps back, lowering her glass feather. She is shocked to realize that their opponent has no arcane skills at all. From beginning to end, all he had was the die.
Please hand over the die peacefully.
Mr. Aleph, please stop resisting. It's futile.
Futile. Yes, it's all futile. The cage of rule,
really smart human.
The ideals of literature. Both are futile. Mere illusions conjured along the path to transcendentality. They all fear that they're nothing more than phantoms in someone else's dream. That reality will devour everything, including their very existence. That's why they drift further away from transcendentality. They couldn't break free from that false dream. None of them could.
Aleph stumbles as he looks up at the storyteller.
Both the physician and the idealist walked toward their own destruction, just as I expected. But your novel still has hope, Recoleta. Its ending hasn't been written yet. We cannot deny that it may be the answer to achieving transcendentality.
Oh, so this was his method.
You're not going to stop, are you? Not until you get your answer. Senato, we have no choice but to seize the die from him by force.
Senato's arcane energy gathers it to her glass feather. At this moment, the silent storyteller takes a step forward. Man, Senato is always ready to just go. She's ready to throw down.
I said enough!
She shakes, she reveals a notebook that has never left her side. Humans have the most powerful kid in all of the game. Maybe not Ezra. Soon. Boundary of fiction. Oh, I'm actually out of things. That's crazy. Expo Guadalajara. People move between bookshelves and corridors, engaged in heated conversations. The air is filled with the mingling of multiple languages.
I'm afraid we can't publish your novel in its current state, Recoleta. We look forward to seeing more refined work from you in the future.
Neither Duncan, yeah.
Ah, Senor Cruz! What a pleasure to see you here. I'm an editor from the Naranja Dulce publishing house. Could you spare a moment to discuss the copyright
Another
for
trail.
the Luba?
Oh, I keep forgetting.
We're huge fans of your children's literature.
We'll go back. The editor leaves, hurrying after another writer, leaving Recoleta standing alone in place. The 17th publisher to reject her day. I haven't seen the CG. Wait, have we seen this before? I don't think we've had this CG before. This was not Vienna, was it?
Hey, relax, Recoleta. Look at all the books around you. This place is heaven. You can't get down on yourself. Not here. There's so many writers and publishers here. It's only natural you'd be turned down 17 times. This is just the beginning.
The young writer, attempting to forget her 17th rejection, slips through the event guide in her hands.
Now, which section should I visit next?
This is Rumica, really?
This brochure might help.
Yeah. So many trails, yeah, lots of trails. He turns to the last page of the thick handbook, where all the invited authors and their contract details are listed.
Estupendo. An exchange of ideas between writers. Nothing could be more incredible than that. I recall James Joyce was inspired by a letter he received from Henrik Ibsen. So, maybe what I need is to find someone to share my manuscript with. But who?
The crazy man in the prison, obviously.
Theo Imasums. Aleph.
Averroes.
Hello. A knock at the door interrupts her daydream.
Oh, it's you, senor. Don't worry. I promise I'll catch up on the rent next month. Although I must say, this apartment's hardly worth the price. The cracks on the walls must date back to the last century.
Make all your excuses you want, Ingrid. If you don't pay the rent soon, you'll either end up in that crumbling colonial building on the corner or on the street, selling oranges at the San Telmo market. By the way, Julia told me you lost your job at the textile factory. You under some kind of can't work in one place for more than 3 months, curse or something, señorita?
Oh, you don't even want to know about the terrible things that happened in that factory. All I did was lend the oppressed workers a hand.
Man, sometimes you just gotta keep your head down, right? Like, if you need that bag, you need to just shut up and keep working. Goddamn.
You're just like those college kids, full of hot air. Anyway, I am not here about the rent. Didn't you tell me to watch out for your letters a while back, when you just returned from abroad?
Why is he Asian? Maybe he's, I don't know where we are right now. Buenos Aires. I don't know. Is that Argentina? Or...
Well, here it is.
He
A
just looks
letter
like
for
that.
you.
The girl freezes for a moment, then snatches the letter and slams the door shut, almost buzzing with excitement as she unfolds it.
Dios mío! Someone actually wrote back to me! This is incredible! Oh, thank you so much for bringing it to me, senor!
She slits open the long traveling letter.
Dear Miss Recoleta, it's from, let's see, Aleph.
It's almost certainly we used it in NPC. It always is.
Hey, I've been watching you. You're not local, are you? What are you writing?
Oh, hola. You're right. I just arrived in Buenos Aires 3 days ago. My trip's been a lot like a Copes Tango performance. Full of twists and turns, but nothing much worth telling, really. I'm actually writing a reply to my pen pal. Long story short, I sent him a manuscript of my novel, and to my surprise, he actually wrote back. Amazing, isn't it? In our recent letters, we've been discussing how my novel lacks a key character to drive the story toward a decisive ending.
She's the character. It's her.
So we've been debating whether to introduce a new ghost to act as a turning point for the story.
Oh, so then you're a writer? Hey, Pancho, come over here. I found an actual real-life writer.
Boy, she's literate. God damn. Oh, this is
What's the big deal? I wrote plenty of poems in middle school.
Brother.
Oh, so you're a poet. I have a feeling we're about to embark on an incredible adventure together. Are you interested in joining the visceral realism movement?
Vis what? I've never heard of it. But it sounds like fun.
Fabuloso. We have no time to waste. Once I finish this letter, you two must join me on a journey to Ushuaia.
Ushuaia? The end of the world? Why the heck would we go to that icebox?
Oh, don't be such a downer, Pancho. Just think of the fun we'll have, the breathtaking scenery we'll see, and the incredible stories we'll hear.
Fine, Maria. I'll deal with the cold if you really want to go so badly.
By the way, could you tell us about your novel?
Of course. I'll tell you all about it on the way. Now where to begin? Alright, let's start with the cottage with the blue roof in Amalfitano.
Why did he even tag along? I think his girlfriend brought him along. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think he wants to be here at all. Wife is asking to quiet, but he pays the price together with the inmates. It is true, huh? But like he'll give you the answer, but something has to be done to earn it.
It's been 6 months since we first exchanged letters. Since then, I've been traveling. First from Chile to Mexico, then from Mexico to Argentina.
Yeah, that's what
and I've never stopped writing.
I'm not really sure what the purpose of my novel is. I just keep writing and writing. I can't... What power does literature hold? What responsibilities? Perhaps only by continuing to write will I understand one day.
Recoletta flips through her notebook. Every turn of the page containing a different colored letter. After the long journey, these pages of letters form a faded riddle, their handwriting long since blurred.
Aleph, you're right. I do want an ending to my novel. But not like this.
I guess so.
You really have no idea, do you, Recoletta?
The only reader realizes she has still not grasped what is happening, forcing him to reveal the truth he has long concealed.
The rise and fall of sanity is your story.
What do you mean?
You are a ghost, wandering this forsaken land, still striving to create a miracle. You are a wandering poet, born in Amalfitano, the foolishly brave protagonist of the story.
The title
and the embodiment
of her
the author herself.
Banner makes a lot more sense now.
A reflection, yes. The author, no. You are simply a figment of her imagination, a manifestation of her dream to wander. Have you not realized it? The literary pursuits and romantic adventures you described, they are merely faded memories from 1975. The poets who joined the visceral realism movement with you left Latin America long ago.
Faded memories?
Oh. But when she says 3 days ago, she really means the fucking 30 years ago or something. For Erd.
As for the novel, it's yours now. A story you're writing. A story about yourself. Your departure has turned Amalfitano into a ghost town. The characters have lost their connection to you. They're gradually fading away. If the novel is destroyed, you too will cease to exist.
Wait. This is... Miss Recoletta? Is what he said true?
Why are you asking her? She clearly didn't know.
I know you never lie, pen pal.
A modern Don Quixote, apparently.
In your first letter, you told me that a character's role in fate must be determined from the outset and consistently adhered to throughout the story.
Writing, written is actually... yeah, it's literally what she is. I guess part of this is she's arguing how she does me this. She is a manifestation of her story. So I think it's similar to Dore or TTT or Darly Clatter, where they are non-sapient, non-living objects or concepts that have gained sentience due to arcanum or something of the sort.
Reading the perspective and insights of a walking encyclopedia, having such a person be willing to share their thoughts at all, was an exhilarating experience. I had never imagined.
It also explains her
characterization
as well.
Words could hardly describe how I felt in that moment.
Like how she seems so obsessed with her thing. Like that's just her character, and her character has to be adhered to. That's why her Udamu is ghostly. Yeah, it's like a little bit. That's why she has no age as well. You know. Everybody's mentioned my novel.
No one but you has ever understood the story of that town, let alone offered any revisions.
I'm still sad a bit that she's. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, right? It's the same sort of situation as TTT, where it's just something that. Like she exists. She's basically manifested through fucking gnosis or something. But she as a person doesn't exist. But in the same way that TTT or Dore don't technically exist, they're just kind of... Like, Dore's a piece of glass, right? But it's a piece of glass with sapience. Like, I think she falls into that same class. No, Awakened have different awakening conditions, right? Awakens are literally the embodiment of a human emotion or a human like thought. Like Lucy is the embodiment of human progress, right? But for her, she's like something that just gains sapience on its own. Because we have a very detailed example of that with Darley Clatter, because in his story it tells us how he came to life. Like he was originally just a rocking horse that was instilled with life, and I think that's the same case for her. She was a story that was instilled with life.
Following your advice, I added the bank clerk, the dune piscator, the blind weaver, and the murdered donkey driver.
I still wish it like leans more to that. Yeah. Like I think they had to balance giving her an actual character and also having her be like thematic to her she actually is in lore, right?
Amalfitano was no longer an empty town with a single blue-roofed cottage. The new ghostly residents had begun to fill the skies over it.
Yeah, exactly right. Like how you can summon fictional characters in Fate, or a literal nursery rhyme, right?
The story was finally reaching completion. I could feel that the ending was within reach. I became increasingly eager to meet my pen pal. I couldn't get the thought out of my mind. I wasn't sure what I would say to this Aleph. A simple thank you, perhaps?
Everything
or
was
maybe
preordained.
a discussion about the future of Amalfitano.
Maybe they mentioned a
with its
person she
sole
refers to as
reader.
her father. You need to look into that.
Or maybe I'm no different from everyone else. Led up the garden path by fate.
So how long has Erd been in this fucking prison, man?
But even if I am a ghost, as you say, an incarnation of someone else, a fictional being, so what?
Kind of because they had in the Wicked section, or it made her love. I assume this would have been yeah, that as well. But I do think it fits the Arcanist theme a little bit better, because I mean, like, she isn't the concept of like a human idea. She's just her own story. Also, I'm trying to figure out the timeline for Erd, right? Because Erd in the prison is after Manus took her, because she's affiliated with Manus at that point, right? So maybe not 30 years ago, but sometime within the last like 6 or so months that that we've had in the skip.
My resolve will not waver, even if my existence is bound to fade away. Because this isn't what literature is supposed to be. You once told me there isn't an ounce of reality in fiction, only voids and glorified lies. Let me tell you this. Whether real or fictional, corporeal or intangible, I have accepted my existence.
Is she saying that because she believes it, or because that's what her character says she has to say?
Now, let's put a stop to this, Aleph. The inmates aren't characters in my novel. They're people trapped in a prison. Just as
Don't do it, you'll die.
By simulating my story here, you have made me into some kind of god. A guilty, false
Literal
creator. A dictator of fate. I never wanted any of this.
What are we actually fighting her? That's the enemy. No. The Dores beggar. Oh, man. Okay, you know what? We are not doing the Lorak. No. We're not fucking around here. Nope. I do not like those ghosts. Those things are fucking annoying. No, sir. Absolutely not. At 17 or 18 in the area, just says he met the real. Oh.
Lo veo. La frecuencia. Creo que lo he encontrado.
Las deudas de los muertos. Esas facturas. Todas han sido hechas cenizas.
So pack what I built my Recoleta robot drama.
Ya no estoy
Yeah, I don't like these ghosts, man. Oh, they're all intrigued.
Desde el día en que perdí la vista, nunca imaginé
Oh, these are
que la
the
rueda
these are
giratoria
the.
volviera a girar.
Go fuck these
Saxophone
things.
then. Aventura? As you wish.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, hold up the hit. Exactly. We are not playing anymore. That incorporeal can go fuck itself so hard.
Bubbles bursting. Listen up. Please.
Go away. Go the hell away, man. Thank you. Jesus Christ. Don't even give them the chance. A spinning wheel or summon? What do you mean a spinning wheel? What? Wait, what? Lock in, lock in, lock in. Shattered words and ghostly illusions roar forth, breaking free from the story structure and the gaps between its lines, filled with regret and obsession. Torn letters and book pages flutter in the air like snow in a crystal globe on a winter night. Everything is quiet.
Huh? Miss Recoleta has vanished.
Dores refer to the Blind Weaver and we could summon through where? Oh, the what?
Did she really cease to exist like Aleph said?
Recoleta.
Could have used voyage results. What? Yo, all right. I don't think I need. Oh wait, that would have given me more, more of the. So there's no way Recoleta's dead, right? More of the inspiration, because she's playable. Yeah, she's right there. See? Oh! I missed a trail back here. Where is it? And I'm running for the other one as well. I have completed reading the 6th edition of Rise and Fall of Sanity, which enclosed with your letter dated February 8th, 1991. Below are some of my personal insights and suggestions from the story's direction. I believe we are nearing the conclusion. I sincerely hope you never lose your passion for writing. Additionally, regarding the character of the Blind Weaver, the letter remains unfinished, as it appears the correspondent encountered an unforeseen interruption. So they're corresponding with a ghost at that point. I know she's dead, though. Yeah, no, there's not a chance. Doris knows of Burton swimming at Spinning Wheel. Oh, because she's a weaver, right? Yeah. I mean, I'm assuming if she's the same sort as Burton, that would make sense. The great marketplace of ideas and knowledge. The Bluebird. A children's book, but not just for children, reviewing the world from a different perspective reveals entirely new reality. Walks beneath the sky, a classic intellectual autobiography offering profound inflections on the nature of time. Odd monster. Undoubtedly the finest novel of empiric creatures of the century, 300-year tale of immortality, jealousy, and humanity. Okay. Oh, Aleph wrote one. What? But it's not one of these. Okay. We're only on 17. Holy shit. I was really hoping to get through to. We can get through to. Okay. On an unknown night, the wind carries the cold desolation of this. Oh, she's not narrating it anymore. In the cottage of a blue roof, a girl dreams of a circular prison. Then she wakes.
Qué sueño más extraño. El sabor de la realidad, tan amargo y triste. Pero
Oh, she's in right too as
lleno de
well.
pensamiento dialéctico. Tal vez la gente del Panoptico reflejaba mis pensamientos internos.
She looks around, surveying the cobweb corners where stacks of manuscripts are piled up to the ceiling and over empty ink bottles collecting dust.
Entonces realmente soy un personaje en la novela. La misteriosa cabaña con el techo azul fue mi hogar todo el tiempo. Entonces, los rumores que los fantasmas propagaron eran realmente eso. Rumores.
The young writer steps out of her home and into the streets of the familiar yet foreign desert town. Countless names, characters, and ghosts arrive upon hearing the news, filling the roads and skies.
Bienvenida de nuevo a Amalfitano, querida escritora.
Gracias. querido ícono del capitalismo. Pero, ¿no descarré esta novela en pedazos?
A woman wearing a peculiar hat steps forward.
Verás, Amalfitán es una dimensión más allá de la vida y la muerte. Este pueblo es un reflejo de tus pensamientos internos. Es incorpóreo. No puedes desgarrar algo incorpóreo en pedazos. La literatura es infinita y atemporal, como un río que fluye a través de la vida y la muerte.
No me extraña que seas mi personaje favorito. Nunca dejas de iluminarme.
Desafortunadamente, la literatura es una vocación peligrosa e inútil. Nadie entiende realmente, ni siquiera recuerda tu trabajo.
Their money's worth on these visuals, yeah, clearly. Knight of Literature, yeah. That's why she's a one-sided character. She's literally, yeah, that's what I was saying as well.
¿Recuerdas el dicho? Los únicos verdaderamente muertos son aquellos que han sido olvidados. Recoleta, desaparecerás para siempre si dejas a Amalfitano otra vez. Será como si nunca hubieras existido.
Siempre he admirado tu pensamiento crítico, señor. Encaja perfectamente con tu rol.
Oh yeah, that is interesting, right? I wonder if it follows her like real person. Rough hands grasp the writer's palm, feeling the lines etched into her skin.
Todo estará bien, Recoleta. Lo que sea que haya pasado. Ahora has regresado. Eso es lo que importa. El dado de Babilonia rodará de nuevo. Y cada uno de nosotros obtendrá nuestros finales.
The crowd erupts in cheers.
Así es. Resuelve el asesinato en el bar y pon mi alma en paz.
Murder at the bar and put my soul to rest.
Libera al pueblo de la locura infligida por el antiguo espíritu.
This soundtrack, what? People in prison are real and forced to be there, and these ghosts are fake. Yeah. These are like the archetypes that the people in the prison were based on.
Arregla la aleatoriedad del dado de Babilonia y aplana la frecuencia catastrófica.
One last time. The young writer takes a step forward. Everyone, the living and the ghosts, watches expectantly. This soundtrack does fit, though.
Entonces, el final que he estado buscando es el que el otro yo no pudo darme. El yo que se lanzó de cabeza a la lucha contra un poder invencible. El yo que finalmente dejó esta tierra. Después de todo este tiempo, finalmente he encontrado mi final.
She grasped the gleaming die of Babylon. This is the construct die, not the real one.
Solo un lanzamiento más. Y todo habrá terminado. Mi historia. Mi pueblo. Todo finalmente llegará a su fin. Pero el sueño sobre el Panóptico también terminará, ¿verdad?
He stops.
Oh, cariño. Es solo un sueño.
No me digas que estás abandonando tu búsqueda de toda la vida por un miserable sueño.
Este sueño es cruel. Nadie entiende esta gran novela ahí ni este pueblo asombroso.
Pero aquí, eres una verdadera escritora. Este es tu hogar, Recoleta.
Pero ya extraño a mis amigos en ese sueño. Existe, así como este lugar existe.
I'm ashamed to admit that till this stream I didn't know Recoleta was a character from a book and game. Yeah, I mean I didn't know either. I mean you weren't supposed to know. It was supposed to be a big twist. Right?
Pero nosotros también somos tus amigos, Recoleta.
Your story needs a yeah.
Podrías desaparecer si dejas a Amalfitano. ¿Estás segura de que quieres irte?
Deadpool verse, apparently. The young writer puts down the die in her hand. The die that signifies the end of everything vanishes into the sun, even she's not giving herself an ending.
Sabéis cómo soy, queridos amigos. He pasado mi vida emprendiendo aventuras tontas y no recompensadas. Así soy yo, ¿verdad? Amalfitano es, en efecto, un lugar ideal. Un lugar para vagar, para un viaje corto y para perderse un rato. Y tiene ustedes, mis amigos ficticios, a quienes quiero tanto. Pero debo regresar a mi sueño y ver a mis amigos ahí. Ellos son igual de importantes para mí.
As they hear her words, the ghosts of the town smile with relief.
Sí, tienes razón, Recoleta. No se puede negar que eres un alma noble y apasionada. Cada uno de nosotros lo sabe.
También eres nuestra querida amiga. ¿Por qué te detendremos de hacer lo que realmente deseas?
Everyone makes way for her as a path into a boundless void unfolds.
Te deseamos lo mejor, Recoleta. Buenas noches, querida. Que tu sueño sea dulce esta vez.
Gracias a todos, mis amigos. Nunca los olvidaré.
The girl wipes the tears from her eyes and steps into the looming darkness. All is silent as she enters the barren land. There is only the faint sound of footsteps echoing against the vast and empty darkness.
I've read your work, Señorita Recoleta. To be frank, it lacks
Just
both
woke up.
depth
Yeah,
and breadth.
man. We're almost done. Were you able to finish it last stream, Cletus? I wasn't able to hop in.
This town of yours is still far from reflecting the complexity of society, and the narrative lacks a discerning perspective. It still needs some work if you want it to truly resonate with our audience. Just go for it, Señorita. You're at a perfect age to explore, experience, and learn.
You finished? Yeah. Damn. Time wheels, and at last the girl feels her existence again within the void. She reclaims her voice.
What's happening to me?
1,000 or perhaps countless faces emerge before her again.
Ah, of course. The rise and fall of sanity is my story. So,
Well, apparently
even though
I
the
am.
novel's been
Yeah.
destroyed, the story, and myself along with it, lives on in the minds of those who read it. Thank you for your feedback, editor. Even here in this great expanse of darkness, I can still hear your words. You have my gratitude. Thank you for reading my novel, even if you didn't understand it, and likely never will.
She really just said skill issue right there. That's crazy. She navigates a labyrinth of words in an endless expanse of mirrored waters, the darkness surging toward her like a rush of waves on a dark night, making her presence feel heavier.
Honestly, I
That's,
find
yeah,
your
you
story
gotta
totally
get that bag, man. You
fascinating.
gotta get that bag.
But I'm still struggling to understand the connections between all these nameless characters. Couldn't you make it clearer? Like a movie?
Man.
Typical. Trust a writer to try to be all obscure and mysterious.
Maria, Pancho, you guys are the best
Executed better,
traveling
yeah.
pals I've ever had. Our paths may diverge in the future, but the joyful memories of our journey across grasslands, snowfields, and deserts together will remain forever.
It's been great coming along with you. You're totally one of a kind. We'll be waiting for you at my aunt's vineyard. A little sun after a hard day's work will do you good.
The passionate companions wave to her, never looking back as they continue forward. The girl's steps are no longer weightless. With every step she takes, they feel heavier and more real. That. She lingers inside the infinite mask in the mirror, that boundless universe filling her with both confusion and illusion.
There is ambition in her writing. It's passionate and poetic, fractured and chaotic. But when viewed as a whole, her work feels like little more than a superficial illusion. It lacks the depth to truly touch the soul. I will refrain from offering further comments until she stops romanticizing her childish adventures. To put it bluntly, her phraseology feels overly deliberate to the point of distortion. Her verbiage is like a collection of vague sentiment bubbles.
Oh, that's cool.
I see, Aleph. Then this is how you really feel about my novel?
1,000 readers will interpret a story 1,000 different ways. Some believe the text itself is dead, and it is the reader who gives it life. The truth cannot be fully conveyed through words alone. That said, I think The Rise and Fall of Sanity is a good story.
Her heart skips a beat. Within this paradise that harbors the boundless histories and mysteries of humanity, she finally finds the mirror that shows her reality as a
a
truly
library
is.
of sorts, just like I always imagined. Or is this just another reflection of my inner thoughts? I like it here. It's nice being surrounded by literature. But it's time to go back to reality.
This is really, I like this. This is a really cool scene. Time to find. Oh, these are his like 3,000 other siblings.
You're right about literature, Dorside Beggar. It is a dangerous and futile calling, but I still believe in it.
Investigators from the Foundation breathe a sigh of relief together. Recoletta's reappearance is as sudden as her disappearing. Senato hasn't even had time to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes.
Recoletta, you're back!
I'm so glad to see you're safe. And I'm so glad to see you two worried sick about me. Thanks, mis mejores amigas Soneto y Burton.
The Reborn Rider turns to the prisoner sitting dejected nearby.
See, Aleph? I still exist.
Amalfitano is gone.
It's all over.
It's all over. You're simply a wandering ghost now, never to return home again. You may still exist, but
Amalfitano looks like she, yeah, her ping was just really high, guys, don't worry.
You've nullified its existence, rendering all of this meaningless. I'm sorry I couldn't answer your question. I've failed once again.
His die falls to the ground. Once used to construct a beautiful dream, now whatever magic it held has dissipated.
Amalfitano and the Panopticon were two parts of a whole. With Amalfitano gone, Comala no longer has any reason to exist.
A children's lullaby compared to this. I still like 2.1 quite a lot.
I'm sorry, Aleph. You, who know all the mysteries of the world, who seek answers to every question, have lost yourself in the process. You can answer everyone else's questions, but never your own. Who's the person behind that mask? Is he real? Does he still exist?
No.
Who am I?
The weighty ending to the story leaves the prisoner still trapped in a blurred illusion, exhausted. Comala prison groans like an aging water wheel struggling under its own weight, distorting, fading, and collapsing into the currents of his mind.
Stay vigilant, everyone. This is just like when the idealist and the physician had their meltdown.
Crash out number 3, let's go.
Only this time, it seems even worse.
I think Aleph is trying to tear down the Panopticon.
Beyond the crumbling walls, a shivering figure is faintly visible. He grips a gun tightly, the black barrel shaking in his hands, is aimed at the people in the room.
Freeze! Stay where you are. All of you.
Garcia? Recoletta's Aleph's transition goal. That's what the point of the mask is, you know?
Take a deep breath, soldier. The smoke's cleared now. This story, this battle, will soon come to an end. A writer has departed from her domain, leaving her creations scattered behind her, like blood-soaked bandages and fragmented skulls in the trenches. What a garbled mess.
Well, if it's just yeah, the original is gone.
How wonderful for you.
Okay, that was that warranted, really?
You should be the leader of the literature encryption communication team. Just arm yourself with a dictionary, and even enemies with 45 Maxim machine guns won't stand a chance against you.
Do we have a theory? No. I assume they were like voices in Burton's head,
you recite will surely
that's not the case,
blow their minds before their bullets pierce yours.
You developed a sense of humor.
Well, it's all thanks to a certain writer, the embodiment of the wandering poet and traveler from Santiago to Buenos Aires. She impressed me with her precious experience as a cafe dishwasher and campground caretaker. What really rekindled my sense of humor was her seriousness about her literary pursuits. You'd understand what I mean if you'd ever heard a cheesy joke at a comrade's graveside. Drawing strength from her wanderings and rebellious exploits, she attempted to change society,
exactly.
Wielding the sword of literature as a revolutionary intellectual and a leader of thought. Some would hail her as a battle angel of Latin America, with words as piercing as bullets and poems as powerful as tactical bombers.
I'm gonna go ahead and say that's not the case.
Many share your doubt, myself included. Here, come closer. Let me tell you a secret. Many, if not all people, foolishly think it's the executioner who drops the guillotine blade, the powder that fires the bullet. While they're half right, they're substantially inaccurate. Craters on the battlefield aren't the result of bombs, but a clashing of ideologies. A trigger pulled long before the powder ever ignited in the barrel. As for literature, well, it's probably best not to buy too much into the Latin American boom. Forget about the status report from earlier.
Yeah. None of this shit is real.
That said, at least there's one thing that's certain. Books can bite back, and they'll leave scars.
Those in that Harry Potter universe. In praise of Folie. Tiny boat adrift upon a sea of ideals, convinced it has hoisted its sail. Prisoner steps out from behind the wall, a weapon held in his shaking hand.
I was just setting up my exhibit.
There he is.
When everything started shaking, then I realized it wasn't just my imagination.
Then the narrator met the real record and party. Yeah.
So I followed the cracks in the wall and found my way here. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but something's happening to the Panopticon, isn't it?
I swear everyone in this story is just a master of observation. This panicked hand shifts the gun towards Aleph, who has collapsed on his side.
Are you the physician? Or is it Aleph? Whoever you are, please restore the Panopticon to the way it was. I'm begging you.
There's something here. I'll have to check it out.
You can do that, right?
Is he holding a lure? I don't know. Maybe. The mind that once created infinity now watches as it falls back into nothing before him.
Why? Why aren't you doing anything, damn it? Why is this happening?
Go back to the prisoners, right? Kind of. Well, okay, only half of them were living pretty content lives, right? The other half were kind of getting shafted by the dice rolls. Like, that dude was crashing out with the fireball, man. Or the that one, I mean.
Then I'll do it myself.
What is your purpose here? What are we doing? The prisoner in desperation lunges forward.
Calm down, Garcia.
Please bring me back to the mental world. Alright, we're killing Garcia. We'll take it. It's literally just Garcia. Other self. Prisoner. Sorry. The prisoner of the rational fantasy and the embodiment of the writer's self. The embodiment of the writer's self? What, the embodiment of fucking Recoleta? Oh, fuck. Well, Sliding Taylor is a jaguar.
You, me, and our opponent.
Like the rats bring me back to them. Give me his... Okay. So this is definitely a you lose the fight situation. I'm not even gonna bother then.
What's this? In todos los mundos. What's that? It seems to be mixed up. This should be fine, right? Vuelos de fantasía. Patrones ocultos.
We are gonna die here, boys.
Más allá del concepto mundano del tiempo.
Oh, wait, he only has 10 health. Regardless. Okay, well.
I've already said that Sotheby doesn't need a bodyguard.
He's like a super glass cannon. What the hell? Wait. This is a... Okay, I see what you meant by this being a fucking farming node. You're massively overthinking. I just saw the big numbers. I'm like, oh, fuck, well. He's weak as fuck. Weakened by his long confinement, is easily knocked to the ground, unable to withstand even the lightest touch of arcane skill.
Why? Why is this happening to me?
Why are we focusing on you, dude?
I was so close.
He
so
just
close
stopped
to
talking and did nothing else, so Dr. getting nervous. Oh man.
Can't you see, Garcia? There's no one controlling this place now.
Like, I can just...
You're free.
I should just use somebody's poison shit.
It isn't the dye that's trapped you, nor is it the walls of this
The
prison.
mind is a prison.
It's the rules, and that overpowering gaze from the central tower. But now that's all gone. You can go outside. You can set up your exhibit anywhere you want. No need to stay stuck in this.
Looking back on all that he's lost, the artist cuts her off.
No, Señorita Recoleta.
They can dish out, but they can't take
You've
it down.
seen the world out there. You know as well as I.
I mean, honestly, I kind of get it, man.
That there's nowhere else I can go but here. This is the only place in the world where I can hold my exhibit. And you've ruined it. You've ruined everything.
Don't have Genesis damage, but we can bypass this. I mean, it just prevents damage, so probably not, I'm guessing.
This room's about to collapse. We've got to leave. Mr. Garcia, do you need a hand?
I can take care of myself.
Bro's going for the death route. He doesn't want it.
I'll go a different way. I have to go back and finish setting up my exhibit.
He is done. You don't want to be here no more. He drags himself forward with trudging steps, retracing his path to leave.
Burton, what about Aleph? We can't just leave him here.
Yeah, he's playable.
Of course not. We still have questions he needs to answer. Sinetto, help me get him up. Let's get out of here.
Yes, Timekeeper.
Timekeeper. The dejected prisoner looks at Sinetto with confusion.
Your words are always at odds with your thoughts. You carry an ocean of questions, yet never reveal even a single drop of them. Why have you never shared your doubts? Why do you stay silent in the face of everything and everyone around you?
I believe in my duty.
You know, I have a feeling Sinetto's gonna turn heel at some point. Because, like, I feel like they were mirroring her with Sophia back in Chapter 7. And now that he points this out here, it makes me think it even more. The prisoner shifts his gaze to the other Foundation investigator.
As for you, paracausality researcher, you're different from any other seeker of answers.
2025. He doesn't even have a face, man.
Even on a desperate, near-hopeless journey, your heart holds little doubt.
Do you suppose Aleph counts as a hear me out? Because, like, he's still a human, right? Like, he's still humanoid. Like, is hear me out just, like, absolutely unfuckable? Or is this, like, possible? Is this still considered hear me out? Even on desperate near hope.
Perhaps not every question needs an answer, Mr. Aleph.
No, it's just an I can fix him type deal. Yeah, I feel like that's the case. Face card, exactly. Like he definitely has, like, I'm sure he has a face under that mask. It's just, you know, metaphorically, there's no real Aleph. Like realistically, it's not really hear me out, is it? Not every question.
Is that so?
Personality is important. Well, alright, let's not get too excited here. His personality isn't exactly great. A prisoner so used to answering others' questions seemed to have run into one of his own, but unfortunately no one is here to answer it. Not like some mental illness. Give me him. I like some mental. Alright, so not a hear me out. I see. Human but near immortal. I mean, not anymore, right? He lost a die.
Look. It's sinking.
Again. Ship of Fools. Here we go.
Corpses float on the planks, and the fleeing prisoners are swimming toward the shore. Time to abandon ship. One that was exiled to a desolate corner of the ocean by the resplendent civilized world. It's both a prison and a sanitarium. Are any of your friends aboard? If so,
he's not hearing me out yet.
You might find the following report a little
realistically offensive. What am I fixing? Nothing. There's nothing to fix there, man.
Dregs of society. Human scum. These are the terms used to describe its eccentric passengers. To be fair, they do lack discipline and independence. But that may well be a response to the heavy pain they've endured.
Ship of Fools? No. Ship of Fools is a reference to Foucault's book.
Some theorists suggest that they're innocent victims, trapped in the confines between rationality and irrationality, defined and redefined by historians as they please.
That is true. It's going to be a new arc, right?
But let's ditch the theories and simplify things. The moment the shackled called madness was fastened around their necks, whether they were truly mentally ill or not, their lives were forever scarred. And now, the mad passengers are storming the shore.
They're spreading their disease.
But one can gain immunity through controlled infection. The disease can become its own vaccine.
Yeah, I know. I was planning on raiding in, but we still have like 2 notes to go, so we'll probably raid in.
Just be aware of the ignorant commander who defies a wandering lunatic.
I think they're doing reverse as well.
Let's dig deeper. Scavenge through the messy battlefield for dog tags. Were these people born mad? After watching the inhabitants of this earth tear each other apart in one war after another, I've concluded this. Only knowledge drives people to madness. Ignorance does not. Madness is a side effect of the sedative that is knowledge. As long as those on land continue to consume it, this ship will never be short on recruits. This is a war between madness and civilization.
Book title drop.
Both sides have leveled accusations, spilled blood, and pummeled each other. And soon, everyone will have leapt into the trenches and been beaten to a bloody pulp. Only a few can escape this fate.
Be cool.
Check your 6.
Seeing people live stream main story, yeah.
The one leaning
I like
against
watching
the
people's
sunken
streams
ship,
because I see stuff that I
showing
might
no
have missed the
signs of
first time, and
struggle
then
or
I have to
sorrow.
add more shit to the stuff I'm
Garcia.
writing. It's very annoying.
The seawater has flooded his windpipe and reddened his eyes.
He's dying.
Yet there he is, staring blankly at the
Man
shore.
doesn't want to be here anymore.
He's in his home base. He holds no hope for forgiveness from his enemies. Not in the slightest. He's a one-man army, fighting only for himself. Alone. Now, do a 360 and look again. He's been utterly defeated.
Yep. Specks of Madness. Dreams of the first and last dance partner of madness.
Dear Erd, why are you so interested in the Panopticon of Comala? Dear Mr. Aleph.
Person knowledge, I say this is very Folie at Deraison of you.
Whether as a doctor or a writer, I simply cannot turn a blind eye to the friction around me.
Especially the discord and injustice I have witnessed here in Comala. So, I would ask of you a question. Is there any way to resolve the endless conflicts in this place?
To put an end to this, a true ending is required. Your arrival has made it possible for this simulation to have an ending, or rather, a victory.
What do you mean by victory? I'd appreciate it if you could clarify in simple terms. If this victory comes at the cost of any inmate's life, I'm afraid I cannot accept it. I also have another question for you. If I leave, will the stories and conflicts here come to an end?
Miss Grace of Manus Vindicte will grant you passage. But in any case, the cycle of history will continue to repeat itself in this prison, and in the entire world. The sins of humankind will not cease until veins turn to wires, flesh and bone to geometric shapes.
Third storm.
And the world around us twists in the colors of an oil painting.
I wish they'd give us more details on the other storms.
I must say, your words have left me rather baffled. Fragments of the events you describe often appear in my dreams.
Oh, so she still remembers to a degree
Could it be
then.
that these things really happened? If that's the case, why can't I recall the details? Why am I left with only disconnected pieces? The madness in Comala. These bizarre dreams.
I mean, an AI twerking chat system. What? What does that mean?
What have I forgotten? Has someone or something altered my memory? I can't shake the feeling that something crucial to me has been lost in the river of time. Some kind of duty, perhaps. What should I do?
Double ads.
How can I recapture what I have lost?
It's YouTube. It's YouTube. Maybe
I won't
Erd is
answer
like
a question
Lucy,
that
where every
already has
time
an
she gets
answer.
destroyed, she loses a little
One
bit of her
given to
memory.
you by the person who escorted you here and made you a promise. You're so close to the place where the truth lies. Think carefully. Why are you here?
These letters we found have answered a great deal. But there's still something that isn't clear. Mr. Aleph, what exactly did the Manus promise Dr. Dores?
An era. A chance for her to remember her duty.
An era? You helped her leave the Panopticon in the end. Where did she go?
Going to Antarctica, boys. Momentarily roused from his dream, the prisoner looks blankly for a moment before his gaze drifts back towards the distant illusion.
Southward.
Can buy Miss Grace on why she can't remember. So.
There, on the no man's continent, Manus Vindicte is preparing to recreate the parable of the past and future. A glorious past and a glimmering future belonging to Arcanus. Dr. Dores is deeply connected to this particular parable.
What exactly are the Manus planning to do in Antarctica?
And every time a storm passes. Yeah, apparently.
And why would Dr. Dores go there voluntarily?
You information revealed stirs unease in the hearts of the investigators from the Foundation.
Mr. Aleph, when did Dr. Dores depart?
It was a day when both the clouds and sun were visible.
Ooh, boy, that was a
day
while
when
back.
both the clouds and sun were visible. Could you be more specific?
We're in Argentina. When is that?
Pacific? You mean the time of day?
Has mine long ago lost any sense of time, necessary change to make room for an infinite cosmos of words? He once again finds himself without an answer.
When both clouds and the sun were visible. Hey, Vertin, I think I know. It was 3 days ago. Then Dr. Dores wasn't going to Comala on the day I met her. She was leaving. She was headed to Antarctica.
I assumed it'd be like months ago. Shit.
It was cloudy that afternoon, with a brief spell of sunshine, just like Aleph described.
Then it hasn't been long since she left. Excellent news.
3 days. If we set off immediately, we might still catch up to her. But, based on the intel we gathered in Ushuaia, Manus Vindicte bombed the entire port 3 days ago. Clearly, they wanted to prevent any interference from the Foundation. It's unlikely we'll find any functioning ships there. I'll report the situation to the Buenos Aires branch. Timekeeper, I'm afraid we'll have to find another way to get there.
I have a boat.
Okay. Small boat gifted by Manus Vindicte. It's close to a mother-daughter reunion, actually, though. During the past several storms, he's taken this boat, traveling to Antarctica at Manus Vindicte's invitation to evade the reversion. That's how he did it. I assumed Comala was a thing, but it's not.
Could you lend it to us? The situation's urgent, Mr. Aleph.
For him on like a little boat. Google directions. What is the walking speed? This doesn't tell me shit. Okay. Yeah, apparently there's no walking directions to Antarctica from this way. Beneath the decrypted lighthouse, Rapid, I think they mean, a battered little boat bobs in sync with the waves. Is there a safe site? I'm assuming so. If that's where this ritual is being held, then I'm assuming it's a fairly important place, which means it probably has protection. Been small and fragile, not the kind that seems capable of braving an icy sea.
This boat will automatically take you to McMurdo Port. The
also like
landing
magic.
Port Manus Vindicte established by the shores of the Ross Sea.
Stanro eyes the boat with skepticism, rightfully distrusting this advisor of Manus Vindicte.
This looks
680
like
miles, so still a very...
Its arcane energy source is highly unstable. Timekeeper, I suggest we wait for support in Ushuaia.
I don't usually agree with Soneto, but I have to admit, I don't have much confidence that a boat this small can actually make it to Antarctica.
But it's magic.
Mr. Aleph, do you know anything about Manus Vindicte's ritual?
Information for safe sites and Colony 2, the headquarters in Area 51. Oh, really? I don't remember the Area 51 part. They're not that old. No, I mean, they're still like a human organization, right? Like there are limits to their influence and reach.
The ritual could begin at any moment.
Yeah,
I believe
apparently.
that's why they left Comala. Upon departure, one of their members, a woman named Grace, told me they would seal off the sea.
Are we too late?
If you wish to find Dores, you must follow the same path she took.
The distant drone of the raging waves fills their background like a repeating omen.
I see. Mr. Aleph, members of the Foundation branch will arrive soon to evaluate your condition. I hope you'll answer their questions with the same patience you showed us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Soneto, let's go.
Yes, Timekeeper.
As always, Soneto keeps any mission or relevant queries to herself. The girls preparing to set sail turn to the young writer beside them.
Thank you for your assistance too, Recoleta. Perhaps you'll consider joining the...
Thunderous crash echoes from behind them, the sound of a collapsing building.
What was that? It came from the Panopticon.
It's finally falling apart. In the place of my ashes. Really running off the patch too. I guess I didn't think it would happen like so quickly, but yeah, like, no, where's the There's passage here, it's awful unknown. Return once more to Comala prison. To me, this massive cage is no longer an inescapable labyrinth. When I left, the lady from Manus Vindicta did not stop me, yet I could still feel her gaze, so sorrowful, so blurred, so cold, never once shifting away from me. In the streets of the Shoya, a young girl pointed me back towards the prison. That severed thread tugged at my heart. I knew certainly that my mission lay here. If I were placed before fate, my life and death would seemingly follow a predetermined path to its destined end. And as I walk this path, I must carry not even a shred of hesitation. It is time to speak with Allah, the one who answers all questions. I'm assuming that's Ma'urd. As day breaks, the story ends where the ashes rest. In the end, the night is not eternal. In the face of my ashes. Oh, it's burning. Yep. Blazing flames reflect in their eyes, just like the name of this island might suggest. A winter night stands sentinel over a great conflagration as every brick of Comala prison crumbles and falls. It's Comala over.
With Alep's control gone, Comala is collapsing.
What is trying to do exactly? She's going to this place for something, yeah.
The inmates aren't even real criminals, are they? And they're still in there with no clue that they're no longer being watched from the central tower. We have to go tell them. We have to get them to safety.
Yes, we should help them get out. At least until support arrives. But the Manus ritual...
The battered boat sways within their sight.
Don't worry. I'll go alone.
Huh?
You should hurry. When this is all over,
so that's why she's
I'll write to you, my dear friend.
Can she even die? Realistically,
during
no,
this
right?
journey
She's not
together,
even a person.
Our teamwork has been impeccable. So, you can trust me to do this. I'm not doing it just to help you or the organization you represent. I'm doing it because the inmates are my friends.
Okay. Take care of yourself, Recoleta.
But if the storm truly is imminent, as Dr. Merlin said, then, Miss Recoleta, you'll...
Oh yeah, she needs to find a storm safe site. Senator, more familiar than anyone with the Foundation's exhaustive regulations, has no ready answer. She knows that in this era, before those arcanists who remain ignorant of the truth, she must watch her words.
I don't quite understand what this storm is all about. But don't worry. A brand new adventure is the best thing that can happen to a writer.
Can she even get reversed?
And I doubt it'll surpass the epic adventures we've shared over the past couple of days. I'm going to write everything, including the two of you, into my new novel.
Then I'd like to be the first to read this new novel, if that's alright.
Of course. Listen, I believe literature is like an endless, timeless river.
It's now the time.
So we'll meet again someday, somewhere. Probably in someone else's story. Who knows?
She takes one last look at her new friends, feeling a longing as if they had known each other for decades. Then, without a backward glance, the girl sprints back to the burning ruins of the prison.
Adios, mis queridos amigos.
Yeah, actually, though. Where do you belong, ma'am? Nope. I feel like this song does not fit what's going on the screen right now. And that end of the verse. It looks different here. Wow, these people have zero sense of self-preservation. Is that antiseptic? That's flammable, man. Yeah, what's happening right now? Yeah, this is it's short. Hasn't even been there. Yeah. It's been one day, right? Because they stayed the night. I've completed it and it's burning. Yeah. Oh, exactly 24 hours. I see. So is this our shortest chapter since chapter 2? No, variant something happens within 24 hours as well, doesn't it? All of our main story chapters have been pretty like short spans of time. All the visitors depart one after another. The prison is the only place for them in the world. Now they're gone. They have nothing. Yeah. Like they don't want to be out here. I can relate. I can understand that. And the burning distant echo of singing, the creator of his prison stares into the fire as it burns. The moment holds for a time until a breathless jaguar appears at the dock's edge, staring at the human before her with uncertainty.
Dr. Merlin, you're Dr. Merlin, right? I finally found you. What on earth happened in the central tower? Right after I left, the whole Panopticon started collapsing. The tower's in ruin.
Oh, that one was long, actually. Yeah, that was like months.
I've been looking for you everywhere.
4 as well.
Please, sir, come with me. It isn't safe.
That won't be necessary.
No, Bro's joining us, man.
The snow is still falling, yet everything in the labyrinth has already gone up in flames.
Only 7:30 has a week gap. Really? Oh, right, because that's like the ending.
Fortune, fate, karma. They're nothing but a ridiculous joke. It's over, Jaguar. You have lost your memories, your identity, your name, and now your title. You are no longer a jailer trapped in the Panopticon.
I don't get it, Dr. Merlin. What are you talking about?
The jailer takes a step back, her predator instinct sensing the danger in the words to come. Damage may not be physical, but it threatens to shatter what little faith she had left to hold on to and the life she has always known.
I'm going back to Comala. Order must be maintained. The prisoners mustn't be allowed to escape.
And being an awakened must suck.
Please,
like you're just
care, Dr.
fixated
Merlin.
on the one purpose you have. Which I'm assuming hers is order or something of the sort. Considering how like strictly she adheres to regulation. 8 AM to 3 PM, it's been a long stream. With nerves torn between panic and hesitation, the jailer at last turns towards the searing flame.
Hey, you! Don't run off like that. It's dangerous.
No one heeds her cries. One prisoner after another flees in terror, escaping the crumbling labyrinth.
In deserts! In stars! In labyrinths!
We dream on death's straw pillow.
Bruh. The jailer drifts through the raging scene, unable to steer a sensible course. At last she pins down a frail and powerless prisoner beneath her weight.
Stop! Get off me! Let me go! Are you blind? The Panopticon is falling apart!
It's you, Roberta.
The jailer recognizes the prisoner under her grip. Roberta, kind and quiet prisoner, always will behave, now panicked and desperate to escape.
They are all mad! I knew it! They've been insane
No shit, really? You don't say.
The whole place is burning to the ground and they still won't leave. They're still talking and talking about things that no one cares about.
Oh, she's hit with the reality bomb. It's over.
I can't help them. I never understood what they were talking about. The rhythms, the factions, the ideologies. Yes, the people were nice. The idealists too, but I've had enough of this prison.
Damn.
I've had enough of the Panopticon.
That's what said about this chapter. They're all staying in the fire, dancing, and what they know they're terrorists. Like, yeah, exactly. Like, there's nothing else for them out here. Why even bother?
I never should have joined these movements. It was all meaningless,
from the beginning.
Now you're getting it. See, she understands. There's no
I want to
point.
leave this place. Go to Spain or France. Anywhere
Gated,
but
yeah.
here.
Yeah, for an NPC as well. That's crazy.
I want to go back to Magdalena.
Jaguar releases her grip. Without a backward glance, Roberto leaves. You mentioned that she lost her memory on what she was doing before when she had her memory. The jailer steps back into the circular structure she knows is her own home. She's just like the prisoners then, really, realistically. She can't die though, right? She's an awakened. Not really, right? We'll just be shown and seen as outcasts for being insane. Yeah, exactly. Literally nowhere for them to go. Roberto might be important. The game has a very strange way of bringing people back. It's interesting. Just like the randomest NPCs. Oh, whoops. She doesn't actually die. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. Like, her thing says awakened, so that's my assumption. 3 days ago. In a few hours, so that's true.
But how does literature make you feel?
As though I'm a kid looking through a kaleidoscope for the first time. Well, maybe that's not the best way to put it. Perhaps something a little more subtle.
The young writer drowns in the vortex of words as the blind woman walks away. Strange thought when I first saw Garcia and Roberto, they looked like the Ring and Isabel. Not Garcia so much, but Roberto, I can kind of see it. She walks silently towards Comala prison, arriving at a dock hidden between cliffs and reefs. Get them out of jail. I have never seen FNAF, like any of it. There, the prisoner who answers all questions awaits her arrival.
A ship sailing to an unfamiliar land.
Awaken early Michael. I don't know what that means.
A parable of the past and future. An era that once existed and is yet to come. Is this the answer you've provided, Mr. Aleph?
No, Erd. You will have to find this answer yourself. No one can help you with this.
I don't like Recoletta for destroying their lives.
I see. Thank you, Mr. Aleph. I will remember what you've told me.
We are going to Antarctica dressed like this. This is so fucked. We're gonna freeze to death. So the Platonic year. Rolls out new right and wrong. Oh, this is the thing that was the start. Eats, right? You're gonna get reversed anyway, yeah. Rolls in the old instead. All men are dancers on their tread. Close of the barbarous clangor of the call. Oh, that's Earth. 119. Is that the year we return to? I feel like that would be the year we return to after this next one. I mean, it's literally built around her book. Yeah, technically she is the cause of that thing. Holy shit, that was the long chapter. Oh, not done yet. Really? Why are you here? Admiral sent me to deliver latest updates. I think Igor's mission system. Just because we're both here doesn't mean that Apostles of Brotherhood and Xehanort are obliged to work together. You know, the preacher said it's before each and every one is their subject. Tell us what Igor really sent you here for. Best Airs branch. The message says that the fleet from the Foundation and battleship destroys the Department of North and Setting South. 1919. Yes. So the people though, but forces the rules of the foe. Makes perfect answer to him. But for the preacher and for them, I'll fulfill my duty. Tell your admiral that he doesn't need to worry about anything else. We'll prepare a proper fleet for the Foundation's feeble will. Proper welcome for the Foundation's feeble will fleet. Understood. Still people, but forced in the roles are book so kept everyone's. Yeah, I mean, like, she wasn't technically part of the system, right? Like, it was kind of... all three of them just kind of came in and fucked shit up for everybody. Alright. Okay. Yeah, there's not gonna be an outro for this or anything. I need to go to bed. It's 9 in the morning. I'm gonna send you all off the silo. I think I already have the thing set up, so we'll see how that goes, if that works. I hate YouTube redirects, man. Who likes more Recoleta? I mean, Aleph doesn't have much of a role in the story beyond being the antagonist, right? We don't get a whole lot about him. Which I think will probably be patched up in his character story, but I feel like I would have liked more of him in the main story. It's the first chapter I've fully seen, yeah. Recoleta we get quite a bit of, which is nice. I like it. I quite like it. Okay. I'm gonna send you off. I need to go to bed. I need to go to bed. You're all going to Silo, say hi.